Hello everybody and welcome along to the much anticipated Shadows Trophy created by the fantastic team at VIRPIL Controls. I'm your host 104th Maverick and I'll be guiding you through the next 3 hours as we watch some of the best helicopter pilots in DCS World take on the challenging Shadows Trophy course. But for now, let's watch this short video to learn a little bit more about who our friend Shadow was and why the tournament was named after him. Okay guys, Shadows Trophy 2022 is organised by the VIRPIL Controls Community Servers team with the support of VIRPIL Controls, Eco Dynamics and Smile Pilots Club for the DCS World helicopter pilots from all over the world. Now before we get started with the high octane action, let's learn a little bit about this year's track that the pilots have to deal with. So the track is different from last year. Last year's track was very much dominated by the KA-50 Black Shark attack helicopter. This year there's going to be a lot more intricate turns for people to negotiate with, which the KA-50 potentially might struggle with unless the pilots are taking extreme care for how to manoeuvre the aircraft. Still featured is the long run down the centre line of the runway, where pilots have to manoeuvre left and right through the difficult turns, featuring the large pylons on the centre line as they run down towards the final turn, towards the back straight at the bottom of the course. Now this time last year, this is where heroes were born and legends were made at the famous turn 12. where pilots have to conduct a very precise 180-degree turn to enter the back straight through gate number 13. From gate number 13, it's all about ground speed, ground speed, ground speed. And pilots are looking to try and accelerate as fast as possible towards the finish line, negotiating the several pylons on the back straight, which is different from last year, where it was just a straightforward run to the finish line, towards the difficult turn 18 through checkpoint 18, which again demands a high quality of performance from each pilot taking part to conduct a high performance 180-degree turn to make it through the start-finish gate in as less time as possible. Okay guys, this is the second time that the Shadows Trophy has been run after a hugely successful debut last year, which was dominated, as I mentioned, by the KA-50 Black Shark helicopter, which set some truly blistering times around the old course. This year, the total prize pool is valued at over €8,000, with podiums for each of the 3 groups with a total of 9 prize set. The track layout is slightly different than last year, as we've just seen, and the competition is set to be a fierce one, with pilots competing in 3 separate groups against one other airframe, which is the KA-50 versus the MI-24, the SA-342 Gazelle versus the MI-8, and the AH-64 Apache versus the UH-1H Huey. We're going to focus initially at the start on the Group Alpha, which is going to be the KA-50 versus the MI-24, and the pilots are just getting into the server now, getting into their cockpits and getting ready to take off in their aircraft. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we have our first competitor taken to the skies now in the KA-50 Black Shark. A fantastic run last year for the KA-50, let you know where people are from and which countries they are representing. But certainly, Redro's the first guy to get going through, and he's electing to go for the non-sort of standard approach that we've seen last year, where pilots start high and then start coming down progressively lower as they maintain their ground speed. He's off to a good start. He's managed to get around the first 3 pillars, which is always the hardest part to do. As we come up to the right and lefts keep continuing, and he has to start slaloming the aircraft. It's super critical that he maintains the proper momentum while trying to get as close to the pylons as possible and keep his ground speed as high as he can. It looks a lot easier than it actually is. I can tell you from experience that by trying the course myself, that it's actually a lot more difficult than you would think. Getting close to these pylons is something that obviously we're all trying to do to shave time off the course, but unfortunately that is a bit of a double-edged sword, and it's very easy to hit the pylons with either your rotor or, if you're less fortunate, the actual aircraft itself. We're coming up to the crucial 180-degree turn at the bottom of the runway. Redro negotiating that pretty well. Loses a little bit of ground speed on the entry, I'll be honest. That looks a little bit slower than some of the times that we've seen last year, but certainly this is going to be a good solid time for him to post on the board as the first competitor up, as he heads down the back straight, trying to maximise his ground speed towards the finish line. Speed topping out here at 155 knots across the ground. Successfully negotiating the back course. Heading up towards the crucial finishing point. This is the most challenging part of the actual track itself. This final 180-degree turn. Heroes are made and legends are born here, guys, as well as at the bottom for the entry on the back straight. It's so crucial that you maintain as much momentum as going through. He started with the early turn, which is good. He's looking to not lose as much ground speed, keep that nose down, keep the nose down, and thread it through for a first posted time. 117.1 seconds. Not too bad at all. No penalties, no missed gates, and he's going to make it home alive. Congratulations, sir. Great start. So the Polish off to a good start. Let's have a look and see who is up next. Retro returning back to spectators to clear the track for the next KA50 up. We have Snake Pit from BST, Wolfenstein from Hans, and Grezors in the Mi-24. It looks like it potentially will be the Mi-24 that's going to take to the skies next, and he is airborne in the fantastic United Nations skin. So hopefully this is going to be a peaceful run for him, and he can go and relax with some peace and tranquility with his United Nations Mi-24 after setting a good fast time. Let's see how he gets on. Year, guys, one of the keys to success last year was a very fast entry into the course, coming from converting a lot of altitude energy into ground speed energy, and that's what we see our friend Grezors doing here. He takes a little cut on the altitude and decides to get the nose down so that he starts with some good ground speed, and he's going to work on getting progressively lower as he gets further down the centre runway. He needs to be careful here. Big rotor on this Mi-24 helicopter. She's a big girl, and if you get a little bit too close, she definitely will bite back. But Grezor's doing an absolutely fantastic job. He's off to a great start. He's getting close, but not too close. I reckon he's maybe shaving just a little bit of paint off these pylons. But so far, it's good. He's through gate number 8 with a time of 23.16 seconds. And now he's starting to shallow out. The distance between the gates are getting larger and larger every time. So he can start to make the turns more and more shallow as he prepares to set up for the crucial 180-degree turn for the back straight. He takes a wide berth out towards the right-hand side to get set up for that early left-hand turn. Looks at overbanking aircraft as they go through. That's a beautiful entry. Maintains ground speed as best he can. Unfortunately, he has cost himself a little bit there. Goes through gate 14 with a time of 52.3 seconds. And now we're all about ground speed, ground speed, ground speed, as we've talked about before. And he's looking to just try and maximise his speed towards the back gates so that he can get a good entry into the final 180-degree turn. Flies straight through the Eagle Dynamics banner there. I'm not sure how happy the sponsors will be with that. Not a lot of respect given there to the Eagle Dynamics logo, but as long as it shaves off a bit of time, then I'm sure he won't mind. Ground speed's pretty good. Indicated airspeed of 167 knots approaching the gate 17 there. So looking at about 170 knots across the ground. Threading it through, keeping that airspeed nice and high as he sets up for this final 180-degree left-hand turn. Early bank in with the overbank going through the gate, 98.7 through gate 19. And looking to just thread the needle through without missing the gate, and through he goes. 104.5 seconds with no penalties. Great start, sir. What a peaceful run. These pilots have all been practicing for a good couple of weeks now, and there's a good reason why they've been doing that, guys. As we mentioned earlier on, the prize total pool for this year is valued at €8,000, guys. Alright, not 800, 8,000 euros worth of prizes. Now, all these prizes are split into 3 different groups for a total of 9 different prize sets. The prizes are outrageously generous from our friends at VIRPIL Controls. First place prize in each category will win a Mongoose T50 grip with the Mongoose T50 CM3 base, the VPC Rotor TCS base, including a VPC Sharka collective grip or the VPC Hawk 60 collective grip, as well as the VPC Ace Torque rudder pedals as well. Second place is also getting some great prizes as well. The VPC Mongoose grip, the Mongoose base with the Rotor TCS base, and either the Shark K50 collective grip or the Hawk 60 collective grip. And for those that come in third place in each of the 3 groups, they get to win the VPC Rotor base with the Shark collective grip or the Hawk 60 collective grip. The winner can also refuse the prize if they already have these hardware in home and receive a €300 coupon valid in the store indicated in the profile of the VIRPIL Controls Community Service website. So there's a lot to play for, guys. Like I've mentioned, these pilots have been practicing for a very long time to be able to be in with a chance to win all this fantastic hardware. And with a prize pool of over €8,000, who can blame them? I think we've just had our first casualty on the course, guys. Unfortunately, Snake Pit is just bitten off a little bit too much than he could chew. The snake's been rattling just a little bit too loud, and it looks like he's got out of shape there just towards the bottom turn onto the back straight. And that's our first casualty of the tournament. I'm sure there's going to be many more. Alright, let's see who we have up next. Next we have Hans Wolvenstein. What a fantastic name from this young man. Again, he's taken to the skies in the mighty Black Shark, the K50. The helicopter that really dominated proceedings last year and set the fastest times consistently. I think the top 10 pilots from last year were all flying the K50 Black Shark, so it really is the airframe to beat. And there is a lot of very talented K50 pilots, some that we actually seen flying last year, coming back to regain their honour and try and snag one of those top 3 prizes as they take on the mighty Mi-24. Now we see Wolvenstein taking a little bit of an altitude cut, not as much as we've seen from our friend in the United Nations Hind. He's coming in with the flares, he's making it look good. He might have some family and friends looking on, and he's pumping out those flares saying, "Hey guys, look at me, I'm about to do it." He heads in towards gate 1, airspeed is just coming up to 150 knots, he goes through gate 1 with 150 knots. Now it's time to start slicing and dicing. He's going to be turning and burning in there. And he's made it through the first 3 gates. Gate number 4, 8.35 seconds. He's getting a little bit wobbly on the pedals, but he is managing to keep the nose pointing in the right direction. One of the keys to success here is just trying to keep the nose of the aircraft pointing down to maintain that ground speed and not let the nose of the aircraft wander too far up where it's going to start trading ground speed for altitude. Wolvenstein doing a good job though, starting to settle into the nice rhythmic flow in between the bottom gates, which are much further separated than the start gates of the course. Makes it much easier to pick up some airspeed. Flies by the carcass of Snake, who unfortunately bit the bullet down at the bottom. Entry into the high speed 180. Takes a nice altitude cut. This is a nice change here. I like that. And heavy aggressive nose down as he goes through gate number 14 with a time of 52.77 seconds. And now he is just maximising that airspeed, trying to translate it all into ground speed and get moving as fast as he can towards the bottom of the course. So far so good here for our friend Wolvenstein. Just got 2 more turns to negotiate. This one coming up here is really the one that's going to decide the winners from the losers. If you lose too much time here, it almost doesn't matter how well you've done in the previous parts of the course. This part is so critical. And again, he comes round, takes a high altitude cut to enable to pop that nose down and just translate that altitude back into speed again. And we've got our first sub 104 time from Wolvenstein coming up. 103.23 seconds with no gates missed, so no penalties. Well done, sir. Alright, my friends, it's not just the pilots taking part that need to be using a lot of concentration and skill. You guys watching the stream at home also need to be paying attention, because not only have the great team at VIRPIL Controls offered up fantastic prizes for the pilots flying, but they've also offered some prizes for you guys watching at home as well. There is a fantastic prize pool available for some stream questions that we're going to be coming to you guys with very shortly. First prize gets 250 euros. You heard it here, ladies and gentlemen. 250 euros potentially coming your way just for watching the stream. Second place gets 150 euros. Third place gets 50 euros. And fourth, fifth, and sixth place all get 25 euros each. So make sure you guys are paying attention. Alright, here we go with one of the stars from last year that we remember. This is Conker representing the United Kingdom, representing England, and his Mi-24 was actually one of the big players in the KA-50 last year, if I remember correctly. So he decided to swap airframes. Takes a nice altitude cut on the way in, 178 knots through gate number 1, and it's a very nice smooth transition between the first 2 gates. Let's see if he can... Oh no, it's gone wrong straight away. We've collected with something. I think he's going to have to reset that. Yeah, we definitely need all of those rotor blades, and that is not looking good for Conker. But his call sign is try hard, and unfortunately he was just trying a little bit too hard. But Conker's a great pilot, very skilled individual. I'm sure he's going to learn from that mistake, and he's going to come back stronger for the next round. Our friend Leha taking to the skies next. Again representing team KA-50. One of the strongest airframes that we have in the competition. Some say that it's a good shoe-in to actually take first place this year, but I'm sure there's a good number of Mi-24 pilots that are going to have something to say about that. My good friend Conquer 4 is probably going to be one of them as well once he gets back out again for his second run. Lehan not really looking too Johnny on the spot with the altitude. We've seen a lot of pilots take a big cut from well over 2,000 feet. Looks like our friend here is happy just to go in at low level. This is interesting. So he's not trading big bouts of altitude for ground speed. I think he wants to be in more in control of the aircraft to make sure that it gets through undamaged. It goes through gate number 1 with 162 knots, which is 18 knots slower than the Mi-24 that we've just seen. He is getting... Oh, it's a little bit wobbly as we go through the first couple of gates, but he's back on track now. He's getting a little bit out of sequence as he goes around gate 5. That makes him struggle a little bit for gate 6, but now we start to enter in the nice flowing rhythmic part of the course where it's all about just being as methodical and as smooth as possible with the inputs to not shed so much speed off the aircraft and maintain that ground speed towards the bottom of the track here for the 180-degree turn. Setting up with a nice right-hand cut. Let's see if he goes for the high altitude overbank. And it's about, I'd say, a medium altitude overbank there. That is not too bad. Flies through gate number 14 with 51.7 seconds. That is a good time. And now he's just thinking about translating all that energy into forward momentum to try and get to the KA-50's maximum speed as soon as he possibly can and work out and prepare for this dreaded final 180-degree turn. ...176 knots as he approaches gate number 17. It's all about ground speed at this point, guys. Has to be as fast as he possibly can. And here we go. Here we go. The big overbank for the final turn comes around, stamps on that left pedal, doesn't let the nose get out of control, maintains some good forward momentum, and that's a good time. That is a great time. That is a legitimate sub 100 second time, 99.44. Guys, we've got ourselves into the sub 100 bracket with our first pilot here. Congratulations, sir. Next up is going to be Sagent 54 again in the KA-50. So we've seen our first sub 100 second time, guys. That's a big deal. That is a very big deal because last year really the big hitters were all coming in under 100 seconds. So that really is going to be the baseline target for these guys. Sagent, of course, in the KA-50 was actually last year's champion, so the pressure is on for this young man. Obviously, to win last year with all the caliber of pilots that we had, they were really, really top quality caliber, so this guy had to fight the best to come out on top, and he won some great prizes last year, so he's back to defend his honour, which is great to see. Let's see how he gets on in his first run. Takes a medium altitude cut and he's looking for precision rather than total airspeed. He goes through gate 1 with 158 knots. Easy left, easy right. Not letting the nose get too crazy. The nose is coming up a little bit. That might be costing him a little bit of ground speed, but hey, this guy's a champion. I'm not going to question him too hard. He obviously knows what he's doing. It's a good set into the mid part of the course as we head down towards the bottom 180. And now he's getting into that slow, methodical left and right motion where he's just trying to be as smooth as possible. So far, so good for our Russian friend. Alright, Sagent successfully negotiated the derricks on the way down, takes a big right wide cut and then brings it up for the overbank at around about medium level here. Not the most aggressive we've seen, but passes through the bottom gate with 110 knots for a time of 52.3. Now that's not the fastest time we've seen up to this point to get to that gate number 14, but that doesn't mean that he can't make some good wins going down the back straight. If he can just keep the aircraft as fast as possible, make the turns as smooth as he can pick up a couple of seconds heading down towards the final gate. Good airspeed from Sajent here. 160 knots as he rounds gate number 18, setting up towards the final one. This guy's a champ, so he's going to have this practiced enough times, I can tell you that, and it's a very, very smooth entry. Smooth as silk. We like it. Ah, that is beautiful. That is beautiful, like a knife through butter. Unfortunately, doesn't claw back the time to get below 100. It's going to be a time of 102.84, which at the moment puts him in second place. I know he's going to do better on his next run. Okay, the K50 of Grachi taken to the air now. Let's see if he can get up and stamp his authority on the leaderboard here against the other fastest times that we've seen. Speaking of leaderboards, guys, you guys watched at home. As we said, we've got some great prizes for you just for watching on the stream now. There's going to be questions for you to answer, but we also need you to keep an eye out and watch the stream for some hidden numbers. Okay, now the reason why you need to pay attention and focus on these hidden numbers is because these hidden numbers are going to be some of the answers to a couple of the questions that we're going to give you. So later on in the stream, there's going to be some questions that the answers are numerical, and you can get a little bit of a head start on those answers if you pay attention to the stream and watch out for the hidden numbers that will pop up. Okay, Grachi securely through the first couple of gates with a low altitude entry. Doesn't want to go for that high altitude descending aggressive sort of posture. He's happy with entering at low altitude and just keeping it methodical and precise. And so far so good, getting nice and close to the pylons here, but not too close where he's damaging the aircraft or putting himself out of shape. Now he's starting to just smooth out now and head down towards the big 180 turn for the back straight. And so far so good. Ground speed's nice and high. Airspeed is 165 knots. That's translating well into ground speed. And he's setting himself up for this first 180 turn. He's going to take a big right hand chunk out, as we see here. That's lovely. And then sets the nose up to come through so he can bring that nose back down with the overbank. Maintaining that forward momentum as much as he can. Goes through the bottom gate with 110 knots for a time through gate 14 of 53.15. Now that is slower than the fastest time we've seen to this point, which is 51 seconds, but he can make the time up on the back straight if he keeps it nice and controlled, as smooth and as fast as possible. So far so good for Grachi, just one more turn left, the worst turn on the whole track. I'm sure he's practiced it enough though. It's a beautiful smooth entry and keeps that nose pointing down. He's maybe been a little bit too sharp there, it's cost him. He's taken too much out of there, needs to watch out for that final pylon and does a great job at not hitting it. Unfortunately, it is a time of 103.1, it's a plus 100 second run. No penalties however, so he can take pride in that, but I know he's going to be a little bit frustrated with how slow he went around that final turn. Alright my friends, we're just getting ready for the next group of pilots to come in and set their first time. And I believe we're going to have the first question coming up for our viewer contest. So here we have question 6. We're going to have six questions in total. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So the first question you guys have got to answer is, which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the free numbers shown during the stream? So it might be a good idea, guys, to maybe screenshot that or write those helicopters down so that you are tallying up those numbers and looking out for the hidden numbers that are going to come out towards you the rest of the as the stream goes on. Sorry. So yeah, keep your eyes peeled, guys. Some big cash prizes to win for you, ladies and gentlemen, today just by watching the stream. Again, which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the free numbers that will appear on screen? Alright, here we go with Board. Board's on his way. 046, a very fast run from a K50. That's the fastest entry we've seen. 174 knots through gate 1. We love that. Oh no, it's gone wrong straight away. And he's touching down. That is a hot one. That is a hot one, guys. Sometimes speed is not life, I'm afraid. But never mind, Board will get another chance to right that wrong and get an opportunity to set a time for his second run. Alright, Free Jack 317 is taken to the skies next. Again, another K50 professional. Love the white and red livery here that we've got going on. Very chic. I'm hoping our friend Free Jack's not going to get put off by the blazing fuel fire in the middle of the runway. Unfortunately, that is just part of the hazards of the job, ladies and gentlemen. But our good friend Alexei, he is a trained professional. He's done this before many times, and I'm sure he won't let a little thing like a blazing fire. Oh, in fact, it's actually just gone out now. Shout out to the fire crew here at Mineral Body. Thank you so much, guys, for attending that incident so quickly and dealing with that fire. Alright, our friend Free Jack looks like he's going to enter with a lot of ground speed, guys. He has taken a good altitude cut from about 2,000 feet. He's now starting to transfer all that altitude into energy with regards to his airspeed. And we're going to be going through reasonably sharpish 164 knots through gate 1. Here we go, looking to be nice and precise left. Right, staying nice and high so that he can work the aircraft down lower the further down he gets on the course. Doesn't want to get out of sync here, wants to maintain that rhythm, and now he's past the hardest part and he needs to just start flowing that control input down. Just start making it as smooth and methodical as he possibly can as he heads down towards the bottom 180. Setting up for the left hand cut, takes a nice little chunk out the right hand side, and lovely early entry here with the left hander. Maintains a great setting momentum on the way through, goes through with 113 knots, that's great. 51.7 seconds, guys, through gate number 14. That's equal to the fastest time that we've seen so far. I'm expecting good things out of Free Jack here. Looks like he's practiced this an awful lot, knows what he's doing, knows his aircraft more importantly, and knows the limitations of what he can and cannot do with his aircraft. And yeah, this looks like it's going to be a very strong time set by our good friend Free Jack here. Possible hidden number. Alright, this is the Kingmaker here. The maker or the breaker. Here he comes, overbanks in, not too greedy, gets some altitude so he can put the nose down and then decelerate through as he loses the altitude. And it's a time of 101.1 seconds, so not quite sub 100, but this guy definitely had the right technique, and I'm sure he's going to set a faster time on his second run. Okay, taken to the skies now, Yo Danny in the K50. Not a lot of black sharks, guys. A lot of guys opting for these wonderful camouflage or retro chic colours. Nice to see. I think maybe the secret is going to be actually being in a black shark, but that remains to be seen. Alright, coming in with another question for you here, guys. What is the most exotic type of weapon with which the helicopter was shot down, i.e. a confirmed kill? Was it MLRS? Artillery? Was it maybe GBU? A naval mine? Possibly an ATGM? An unguided air-to-ground rocket? Or a parachute signal rocket? What do you guys think? What was the most exotic type of weapon with which a helicopter was shot down in real life? Right, Yo Danny off to a great start, nice and smooth from the beginning of the course, which is so key towards maintaining that good speed towards the bottom end of the straight, where he can maintain that high ground speed as he goes into the 180 pass and set himself up for the best run possible down the back straight. Alright, Yo Danny setting up for the first 180. Nice early turn, keeps that nose pointing up, and then is going to stamp on that left pedal, transfer that altitude into airspeed as he manoeuvres through the bottom gate. 52.5 seconds. Not the fastest, but certainly not the slowest. He's starting to cut the grass with that nose as well. He's taking some ground worms with him on this trip, guys. Might make the aircraft weight a little bit heavier, but I'm sure our Spanish friend is going to have the skills to pay the bills here, and he's going to recover some ground speed as he heads down towards the final 180. Just needs to keep it nice and smooth here. Right, setting up for the final turn. Not too aggressive, takes a good cut. Maintains that airspeed though, which is so important. This is a good fast entry into the final gate. Wow! Yeah, that was a good one. A 102.92. That was a good, not the best that we've seen, but yeah, a nice smooth entry. If he can just improve and get in some more speed at the first part of the course, he'll be able to take that in with him, and that'll serve him well for the last part. Well flown there by Yo. Alright, Witty taken to the skies now. Again in the camouflaged KA-50 here. Gears up. We had one pilot last year who forgot about the landing gear, and that cost him a few seconds. We've not seen anybody do that so far, but I'm sure the pressure of the competition might mean that we'll see someone go in with the landing gear still down, guys, but we'll see. Some lovely flares coming out by Witty, making it look good. Witty representing our friends over in Spain. Possibly looking to just minimise the aircraft weight by offloading some flares there. I'm not sure how much time that's going to save him, but let's find out here. His airspeed is up at almost 170 knots, guys. He's going through gate 1 with 171 indicated airspeed, so very fast. He needs to be very precise on these first couple of turns, and so far so good. This is one of the strongest starts we've seen, guys. Witty doing a fantastic job so far, ladies and gentlemen. You can see now that he's transferred all his altitude down low level. He's traded all that altitude for airspeed, which is going to give him good ground speed. If he keeps the nose nice and low and he's not bobbing up and down and increasing in altitude, takes a nice wide right cut for the first 180-degree turn. Not too aggressive, but very precise. Maintains some good airspeed as he goes through there. Crosses the gate with 106 knots. Wow, guys, that's our fastest time to the bottom gate, gate 14. 50.1 seconds so far, guys, for Witty. I think that if he doesn't mess this up, This is going to be our fastest time so far, ladies and gentlemen. Let's see how he gets on in the bottom half of the course. So far so good, guys. As long as this turn goes well, we're looking at the fastest time set so far today. Nice entry, not too aggressive, maintains a high airspeed, doesn't go too high, and slots through the final gate with a fantastic time of 99.4, guys. Mr. Witty has the wits about him. Well done, sir. What a fantastic start to his competition. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, next to take to the skies, the man, the myth, the legend, and the place to be is TOP-16 the P. Coming up in the blackest of black shirts. Got a lovely little star-spangled, maybe that's the wrong word to say, the wrong way to describe a K50, but look at this. This is fun. It's got, oh yeah, New Year, it's got Santa Claus on the front. Look at this guy. Look at the swag on this K50, ladies and gentlemen, if the camera can get in and see that for you. Santa Claus at the front. Stars at the back. What a fantastic aircraft to be heading out in. Good luck to you, Tossic. Not too aggressive on the altitude entry. Comes in maybe medium altitude, certainly not low, certainly not high. 166 through the first gate. Easy left. Easy right, ballooned up a little bit there. That's going to cost him a little bit in his synchronization for working out the rest of these turns. We can see that the aircraft just starts to undulate a little bit. What we don't want to see is the nose coming up and down, up and down. And Tossic will know that. Tossic will know that that's costing him a little bit of time. But that might be part of his plan, ladies and gentlemen. You don't necessarily have to be the fastest. You just have to be the fastest guy that didn't crash into anything. And sometimes being a little bit more slower, just a little bit more steady, is going to give you the edge on the guys that are trying a little bit too hard and crashing into the obstacles on the course. Tossic taking a big right hand cut to set up for this left 180. Nice altitude entry as well. He's going to stamp on that left pedal, get that nose pointing down and start running through. He goes through gate number 14, 51.0. Yes guys, this is a great time, equal to the fastest time we've seen to gate 14. Tossic is on his way. Just a handful of turns to negotiate now. He's maintained a high indicated airspeed the whole way up this back straight. This is some of the best flying that we've seen yet, guys. And he's not even killed himself. Alright, here we go. Nice cut. Takes the turn early. Overbanks to the left. Good altitude. Doesn't get too greedy with it. Stamps on that left pedal. Maintains the momentum. And it's through the final gate with a time of 100.09. That is going to be strong, guys. That's going to be a good, strong, contending time to possibly get himself through to the finals. Well done, sir. Next up is going to be our friend GSAV from 2IAE, representing in the K50. A lot of KA-50s coming up, guys. Very strong airframe, as we've mentioned a couple of times. This was the aircraft that dominated the competition last year and took home, I mentioned earlier on that I think the top 10 were all KA-50 pilots. I think I might be wrong there. I think 1 or 2 Mi-24s got into the top 10, but certainly the top 5 were all KA-50 pilots, which is why we're seeing such a fierce competition from the KA-50 flyers today. These guys, very much the best of the best. This is not their first time flying, of course. These guys have all been practicing to qualify for this event today. Everybody that's taken part right now has had to fly against lots of other pilots to be able to make the quarterfinals and get a chance at a seat at the table to take part in tonight's competition. Alright, GSAV with the medium altitude entry. Good airspeed though, 170 knots going through gate number 1. Let's see what he's got. Nice and disciplined with that nose, not letting the nose flare up too often. Now starting to trade that altitude, trying to get the aircraft as low as possible so that all his energy is going forwards and not up and down. Alright, Big G swinging round for the place to be on the 180, comes up to the top half of the derrick. Maybe could have done with getting the nose down a little bit more. Oh, in fact, wait a minute, I take that back. It's a great time through gate 14, 50.8 seconds. What a great entry into the back straight here. Let's see if Mr. Sav can keep it suave and get to the end here without any misgivings or any misgates. He's cutting the grass with that nose. That is beautiful to see. He's not taking any prisoners with regards to the altitude. Keeping the airspeed nice and high, nice and smooth with the inputs. This is looking strong. Alright, the Kingmaker, here we go. Swings it in early, takes a low cut actually. I've not seen anybody take the low cut so far. Is that going to cost him? No, that's a strong time, guys. 100.0. He was just 2 milliseconds out from 100 seconds. He could have made himself into the sub 100 club there, but I'm sure that's going to be a very strong time. It's going to be very difficult to beat. Congratulations, sir. Taking to the skies next, BSD Randy, another one of the competitors from last year who done very well. Expecting good things out of Randy. Alright, Randy with a pretty standard altitude setup. In fact, he's actually taken a bit of a chunk out altitude wise. This is good. This is what we like to see, guys. Let's go full send, ladies and gentlemen. Obviously, the higher they start at this point, the faster they can be towards gate 1. But it is a double-edged sword. If you're too fast, you're not going to have the manoeuvrability to get round the really difficult turn 1 and turn 2. Nice start for Randy though. Keeps his altitude, which is going to be able to transfer into ground speed as he progresses down the course. You're going to see him get lower and lower as he gets towards the bottom to just try and keep the aircraft as fast as possible. Some good tactical thinking here by Randy. Fantastic start. You see the aircraft starting to come down lower now. He wants to stop that nose from climbing. We're getting lower all the time. Lower, lower, lower. Indicated airspeed is 169 knots now, which is fantastic. This is going to be a first for getting to the bottom in the fastest time, I think. Yeah, gate 11 for 36.6. This is a great time so far. If he can just keep it together here, not get too greedy with the entry. That is nice on the overbank there. Stamps on that left pedal, gets through the bottom gate. 14 here, 50.0, which is faster than the fastest time that we've seen so far down to there. I think 50.1 is the fastest that we've seen. So great stuff here by Randy. Just needs to keep it together, keep that nose pointing down, keep that energy, keep out of trouble. Let's see how he gets on at the back end. Oh no, I spoke too soon. Oh no, oh no, Randy, it was going so well. I think that was a roar collision there, guys. Hopefully we can get a replay of that for you on the stream there. I think the roars collided. Maybe just a little bit too much torque on. It doesn't look like he hit the ground. It doesn't look like the roar actually hit anything. I think it just had a bit too much torque on, guys, and the blades slapped together. That is horrible. He was doing so well there. It just shows you guys, it is not over until it's over, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, my friends, fingers on buzzers, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting ready to show you one of the next questions that can lead you to, just by watching the stream, scoop €250 for first place, €150 for second place, and €50 for third. Incidentally, 4th, 5th and 6th place all get €25 each, guys. So fingers on buzzers, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you're paying attention. And here we go. When is Eagle Dynamics' birthday, guys? 1991, 93, 94, 95, or 1999, guys? When is Eagle Dynamics' birthday? Make sure those pencils are sharpened, guys. We are coming up with the next question while we get ready for the next group along to come in. So we're coming up for question number 3 now. Fingers on buzzers. How many blades, main and tail rotors combined, does the CH-53 have? 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13? Okay guys, 4th question coming up on the stream now, so fingers on buzzers. Get yourselves ready, guys. Here it comes. What do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? Pusher rotor, main rotor, tail rotor, or propeller? What do you guys think? Question number 4. What do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? And don't put those pen and pencils down just yet, ladies and gentlemen. Question 5 is inbound. What is the longest hover flight for HPH? Human powered helicopter, guys. So no engine, just human power. Is it 29 seconds, 36, 40, 71, or 87? What do you guys think? And finally, we're going to go back to question number 6. which you guys very keenly spotted at the start of the stream. What is the combined weight in kilograms of the 3 helicopters that match the hidden number that came up on stream? So for the sharp-eyed of you, you guys already know what the hidden number was. You guys have already written down the weights of these helicopters. So which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the 3 numbers shown during the stream? Okay, my friends, welcome back. Welcome back. All right, here we have the results from Group A for the action that we've just seen. Setting the pace. Wow, look at the difference between first and second place. First place is Witty with the fantastic time of 99.43. Literally right behind this guy. Leha with 99.4. 0.01 of a second difference between these two guys. It literally could not be closer between first place and second place. GSAV following up in third, TOP-16 in fourth, Freejack coming up in fifth, Sagent, last year's winner, currently in sixth place, so he'll be looking to improve his time from that. And we have semi-final TOP-16 results, Group Alpha. We have Wolfenstein with 103 seconds, GR Zors with 104, and Rajaro, the first pilot we've seen, with 117. So those guys looking to improve to try and get below the 100 second mark. Randy, Board, Conquer and Snake Pit unfortunately DNF'd, but I'm sure those guys are going to do much better in the second round. They've all been practicing very hard and they'll just take it a little bit more easy on this second time out. Speaking of second times out, here we go with Rejro, our Polish friend, heading back out in the K50 Black Shark. Unfortunately had a bit of an incident. Sorry, I beg your pardon, this wasn't this guy. This guy actually finished with a time of 1:17, so definitely some time to make up here. Nice smooth start, not too aggressive, which we know is not necessarily a bad thing. The slower you are, the more control you have over the aircraft. Obviously, it's a delicate balance. You want to be slow but fast, but aggressive and smooth. All right. Speak to my legal team, guys. I don't know how those words go together, but that's what you want to be. You want to be slow and fast, and smooth and aggressive. I'll get back to you with a more detailed explanation later on. But so far, so good. 32.8 towards gate 9, goes through gate 10 with 38.4, keeping it low, keeping it pro at the moment, not really sacrificing too much energy with altitude, keeping the aircraft as low as it can, takes a big nice wide cut for this left 180-degree turn, nice early entry, decent overbank, keeps that momentum up, doesn't pull too hard, goes through the bottom gate with 87 knots, 89 knots we'll give him. The time is 59.5, which unfortunately is already about 9 seconds down on the fastest time we've seen to that point. So at the moment it's not looking too good for our friend, but anything can happen. Let's see if we can claw back some time at the second part of the course. Through gate 18 with 98.92 seconds, so he's certainly not going to be in the top 5. But let's see if he can get through and beat his previous time. Big wide entry into there, and then it opens up the entry into the final gate. And that is faster, that's about 4 seconds faster than his previous time. 113.7 seconds with no penalties. Well done, sir. If you guys are enjoying watching the show, you can help us out by obviously continuing to watch. Hit that like and that subscribe button to keep the VIRPIL Controls YouTube channel growing. Also, you can copy and paste the stream, guys. Get it out on your social media links. Oh no, we just had an accident on the ground. Get the stream out on your social media links, guys. Let's get more people in here to stay tuned with this fantastic helicopter action. We've just seen Zors take off, bring the landing gear up a little bit too early and then land with the gear up. Unfortunately, that did cause the aircraft a little bit of damage, and we've just had a nose strike on the way out to the course as well. I don't think you guys are picking up any of this on the stream. I think we're watching the wrong aircraft, unfortunately. We are with the Mi-24 of Zors. I'll keep you posted with what's going on, guys. Don't worry. He's on fire. He's flying backwards. He's upside down. No, he's not, guys. Don't worry. There's that strike there that we talked about. But the aircraft looks okay. There's a couple of scratches on that, but he'll be fine. He's a trained professional. He'll work it out. I think he's just trying to reduce some of the aircraft weight. A big cut here from Zors from 2,200 feet, nose down, full send now. It looks like he's going to try and go for maximum airspeed. This is the fastest we've seen anybody enter here. He's at 180 knots through gate 1, the fastest we've seen so far. Can he get through gates 1 and 2? Beautiful so far. Aggressive but accurate. This is very good, guys. Very good indeed. I think everybody should maybe touch the ground with their landing gear up. Maybe that's the secret. Alright, through gate 6 with some blistering pace here. This guy knows what he's doing. So far, so good, ladies and gentlemen. Look how low he is. He's almost scraping the main rotor off the ground as he makes these turns. Super aggressive by Zorz here, but it is paying off for him. Maybe yanks bank a little bit too much there. That might be a little bit too much, guys. Fair enough, he's got the nose pointing where he wants, but he has sacrificed a lot of forward momentum in that manoeuvre. He goes through gate number 14 with 51.8 seconds on the clock. I think he's cost himself too much time with that 180 manoeuvre. The good news is though, Mi-24 very fast in a straight line. If anybody can recover that speed back, it's going to be this aircraft here and this pilot. So let's see what he can salvage back, guys. Best time so far is 99 seconds. Let's see what he can do. Sets up for the cut. Overbank early. In he goes. Doesn't yank back on the stick like we've seen him do at the bottom. Maintains that momentum and airspeed and goes through. The bottom of the track cost him, guys. 103.7 seconds for his final time. That's a shame because he got off to such a blistering start. He really was the fastest guy that we'd seen down towards the bottom. Right up until turn 12, this guy was probably the fastest, and unfortunately just lost a bit too much momentum approaching turn 13, or gate 13 should I say. Alright, Snake Pit back in the air in the KA-50. Snake Pit off to a good start when the last time he flew on his first attempt, but unfortunately he didn't make it to the bottom gate, and yeah, we had a little bit of confusion with regards to how close we were getting to some of the poles, and the cockpit got pretty hot unfortunately, and yeah, Snake Pit, our first casualty of the tournament, we've seen on camera there. So hopefully he's went away, he's had a little bit of a talk, he's looked deep into his own eyes in the mirror for 30 or 40 seconds and said, come on Snake Pit, you got this bro, let's go. Here we go, representing Team KA-50, BSD Snake Pit. Reasonably pedestrian through gate 1 at 157 knots, wants to be precise. Already looking a little shaky, but he can recover this. Getting a little bit out of sequence. This is going to be a difficult turn to get through here. Yeah, he has managed it. It's cost him a little bit of time though. He needs to be careful that he doesn't strike those rotors either and over torque that. But he is doing a great job so far. We're a little bit on the slow side though, so he's going to have to keep that nose down and get the aircraft as low as possible. Oh no, something bad's happened, guys. The main rotor has just decided to go full Diet Coke and shed off half its weight. It is not working out well for Snake Pit. 2 rounds in a row, I'm afraid. The snake has bitten off too much that it can chew. So unfortunately it looks like a blade strike there, guys. The main rotor didn't touch the ground or any other obstacle. Looks like it was just a a blade collision between the main rotors there, which comes when you've got too much torque, essentially too much power on the aircraft, and you're manoeuvring violently is when that happens, and that's a shame. We don't like to see that, but unfortunately, guys, there are going to be casualties. We are going to see a lot of pilots not make it, I'm afraid. It may look easy just watching, guys. This might look straightforward, but I can guarantee you this is much more difficult than it looks. Alright, some great flares here by Wolvenstein, our American friend. There's a lot of Alexeys taking part in this competition. We're seeing quite a few Russian pilots called Alexei or Alex, and we have Alex from the United States of America here representing as well. So a good big day for the Alex, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, through the first couple of gates, nice momentum here from Wolvenstein. Off to a great start here. Really stamps on those pedals with authority. Getting a little bit wobbly. He's doing the salmon a little bit. Getting a little bit fishtail as we go through gates 4 and 5. But he's got it all under control by the time we get to gates 6 and 7. He wants to keep a hold of both those main rotors because we definitely need both of them. As we head down towards the very challenging first left 180-degree turn. The distance between the gates gets much bigger towards the bottom of the course, guys. So what we see is pilots have to be super precise at the first 4 or 5 gates, and then they can afford to be a bit more smoother towards the bottom. Big cut very close to the inside gate there. That's beautiful flying. Takes the altitude cut and then transfers all that altitude into airspeed, and then it gets to the bottom and then runs all that airspeed out as ground speed as he just starts to think about getting faster and faster. It's all about ground speed now, guys. Ground speed is king as we head down the back straight towards the final turn of doom, ladies and gentlemen. The Kingmaker, the Legendifier. Alright, it makes heroes and it makes zeros. It doesn't matter how fast you are on the course. If you mess up the last turn, it's going to cause you an awful lot of pain. So far so good by Wolvenstein. No, this is good. This is strong. This is confident. Nice and low. Sets himself up. Early cut into the left. Stamps on that left pedal to get that tail whipping around. Keeps that nose pointing down beautifully through the final gate. That's a great time. Not the fastest time we've seen, but potentially fast enough to make the finals. Well done, sir. Some nice flares at the end as well. Good job. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, next up, the man, the myth, Conquer number 4, who likes to try hard, very hard in fact. He's going to be taken to the skies in the Mi-24. Like we mentioned, last year he flew the KA-50. Didn't win it last year, but was certainly one of the strongest competitors that we've seen, and I know that he's been practicing. I've seen this guy fly an awful lot in multiplayer and can vouch firsthand for just how good his skills in the helicopter are. But he has to deal with more than just flying the aircraft. He has to deal with the obstacles that are on the course, and sometimes, like his call sign says, you can try too hard and unfortunately you end up hitting something or crashing into the ground. So let's see what Conquer's got, ladies and gentlemen. He definitely has the skills to pay the bills. Let's see if he can stay cool and calm and collected under composure, and see if he can post a good time to get into the finals. Up he goes. Great altitude cut here. It starts it from above 2,000, about 2,100 feet from Conquer, as he points the nose down and prepares to go full send through the gate. The fastest speed we've seen through here is 180 knots. Conquer looks like he's going to go through close to that. It's going to be 179 through the first gate. Very precise on the first couple of turns. A little bit of pressure there. He'll be getting a little bit scared as he gets really close to gate number 4. And unfortunately that has cost him dearly. He's lost a lot of time as he tries to whip it around gate number 5. And he'll be feeling the pressure now. He really needs to just forget the start there and just settle down and get into a nice rhythm and start recovering that airspeed. Come on, Conquer, we know you can do it. Nothing he can do about the start now, just needs to settle down and keep going. Positive vibes. Keep that aircraft nice and low, make the inputs as smooth and as precise as possible, and run it out. Big right hand cut here as he sets up for the first 180. This is good. Great momentum through the bottom gate. Comes down through gate 14. 58.9. Unfortunately, that's about 8 seconds slower than the fastest time to this point. But we did see him get into a bit of trouble going around gates 4 and 5. And now he's just going to put that to the back of his mind, get that nose literally scraping off the ground, and get that aircraft moving as fast as he possibly can for a good, strong finish. Alright, he might not set the fastest time so far, but he can definitely still get himself into contention if he can just negotiate the last turn here. The Kingmaker, around we go, enters early, keeps the nose pointing down on with that left pedal. Great aircraft posture as he wiggles his way through the last one. 110.2 seconds. I know that he will be disappointed with that time, but at least he finished. The aircraft's in one piece, and he's got a chance to get through to the next round. Leha's up next in the K50, guys, in this beautiful K50 with Santa Claus on the front. Maybe that's the secret. Maybe more people need to get Santa Claus in their lives here and they can maybe go a little bit faster. But this guy's currently sitting in second place by 0.01 of a second. The graphic that's coming up there, I don't think that's right. Well, I mean, it might be. I'm not sure what is maybe not right. The leader, when we've seen the leader tables, this guy was, yeah, 0.01 of a second behind the guy in first place. So let's see how he gets on here. Full send down towards the bottom. Goes through gate number 1 with 165 knots through gate number 1. Nice and precise through 2. Tight through 3. Getting back around towards 4. Getting a little bit out of shape now. Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, it's too close. Down he goes. It looks like he is going to have to fall back on his first time. He's lucky that he set a blistering time on the first round out, because unfortunately he is not going to get a second shot at the rainbow. And down he goes in literally a blaze of glory. Last year's champion taken to the skies now in the blackest of black sharks. That is literally a black shark that we're looking at now, ladies and gentlemen. Sagent 54 taken to the skies. The man, the myth, the champion from last year. Took home some outstanding VIRPIL goodies last year. This guy had a great Christmas. Let's see if he can repeat the same. Have 2 great Christmases in a row. No Santa Claus on the front of this aircraft. I'm not sure if Sagent needs it. Santa was very good to him last year when he came in first place, and VIRPIL Controls sent him some nice little presents. And I'm sure he's putting those to good effect today. Let's see how he gets on. Medium altitude cut on the way in. 162 for the knots entry round gate 1. Precise round 2. Concise round 3. Negotiates 4 without too much damage. Oh, no, I take that back. The pressure's coming on the K50, guys, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, not only do we need that tail section, but we need that main rotor as well. I'm afraid Sagent was just trying a little bit too hard, guys, and that looked like that was an over-torque blade slap, and the blades actually collided during the maneuver there, and he goes down. Karachi to the skies next in the K50. I've not been brave enough to attempt to pronounce this guy's second name just because I hate mispronouncing people's names, but we'll have a go at it, guys. We'll have a go. Let's do it together. Grachi Proletali. That wasn't too bad, actually, now that I actually tried. See, sometimes, guys, you just need to try. Alright. Why be scared of it? If you just give it a try, who knows what can happen. Alright, our friend Grachi taken to the skies in the very chic red and white K50. Let's see if he can improve on his first round performance. He's keeping the aircraft nice and low. I wonder if he's going to take a big altitude cut. It looks like he's happy to stay low level, guys. Gracchi obviously coming in with a plan. Doesn't need to be influenced by what other people are doing. This guy's going to do his own thing and see how it goes. So he's setting up now. We're doing 150 knots. So it looks like he's going to be going in around about the 160 mark. Medium altitude entry, 162 on the airspeed as we go through gate 1. Nice and precise through 2. Ducking and diving through 3. Swinging with the punches through number 4. He's letting that nose just wander up and down just a little bit, but fully in control of the aircraft. Nice and precise. This is one of the better runs that we've seen from the KA-50 pilots as of late. Now you see what I mean? I mentioned earlier on, guys, it's not solely about being the fastest. You need to complete the course. So maybe it's not as simple as slow and steady wins the race, but you can't be too aggressive and too fast. If you try to be too quick and aggressive, you're either going to crash into the ground, one of these obstacles, or you're going to have a rotor collision in the KA-50. So Gracchi managing to find some nice middle ground here. That's a beautiful entry into the 180 there. Keeps that left pedal down, goes through the bottom gate. 52.0, about 1.5 seconds off the fastest time we've seen to that point so far. But it's the most important thing, guys. It's smooth. It's together. It's collected. He is going to finish if he can just not have any instance from here till the end. $170 knots, 170 on the airspeed. This is great flying so far, guys. Let's wish him the best of luck as he comes up to the turn of doom. Let's see how he gets on at the Kingmaker. Setting up with the right hand cut. Early left hand bank, not too aggressive. Gets the nose to come up so he can transfer that altitude into airspeed. He's leaving it a little bit tight, but wiggles through the door. Can he make it? Yes, he can. That was close, ladies and gentlemen. That's a great time of 102 seconds. It should hopefully see him through to the finals. Well done, sir. Okay, board taken to the skies now in the blackest of black sharks. Coming in with the high altitude cut here at around about 1900 feet, just a little smidgen under 2000. Looking to get that nose down and then run into gate 1 as fast as possible. So he's sacrificing precision for speed. Let's see if he has the skills to pay the bills. 171 through gate 1 for airspeed. Precise on 1. Precise on 2. This is beautiful. This is a great start here from Boat. Can he keep a hold of those rotors though? He's getting... Oh no! I spoke too soon! Commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. Down he goes. I am so sorry, Dimitri. Down he goes. The commentator's curse, ladies and gentlemen. Free Jack 317 up next. Alright, Jack, not too aggressive on the altitude cut. One of the lowest high altitude entries we've seen from around about 1700 feet. Some of the really aggressive guys getting up to 2000, 2200. So Free Jack finding some middle ground, not too high, not too low, to get some good compromise as he goes through. Goes through gate 1 with 170 knots, 170 through gate 1. And so far so good. Those rotors getting pretty close to the pylons though. He's dancing on those pedals. So far so good. Trying to keep the nose pointing down the way to maximise the airspeed of the aircraft. And this looks like a good time so far, guys. Now he's starting to get into the smooth, methodical part of the competition racetrack where it's not about aggressive high bank angles, it's about being as smooth as possible and maintaining your speed. Alright, around we go, the bottom 180, nice high altitude entry, keeps that left pedal stomped to keep the nose pointing down towards the ground. Oh wow, he's actually got one gate missed. I'm not sure which gate that was, but it's coming up, guys, that he has missed one of the gates. But that is a good time to get down to the bottom with 50.7. Look how close those two rotors are, guys. Look at the clearance that they have between each other. So close to colliding. Alright, heading for the final turn. The Kingmaker. Let's see what he can do. 86 seconds to gate 18. Goes through 19 with 94.5. This could be good. Let's get it in, brother. Go, 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 go. Ah, unfortunately the penalties cost him. It's a final time of 109.6 because of a 10-second penalty. That is horrific for Free Jack. If it wasn't for the penalty, that would have been a finishing time of 99.6. Unfortunate for him. Okay, we have Witty and Yo Danny up next. And it looks like Witty is going to be taken to the skies. Is it going to be Witty? Our first place contender certainly has the wits around him. See what I did there? I think both pilots saying, after you. No sir, after you. Oh no, my good friend, after you. Let's see who goes first. And it is our good friend Witty, takes to the skies in the KA50. This is the competition leader so far, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think this guy needs to try too hard. The time that he is set, he can't win the entire competition today, ladies and gentlemen. This is about getting through to the finals. So, I mean, maybe he is going to take risks. Maybe he is just going to take that Spanish fire and try and just full send and try and improve on his time. But he doesn't need to try too hard. I don't think anybody's in real danger of disqualifying this guy in terms of setting consecutive fastest times. This guy's pretty much through to the finals. Some nice flares to make it look good on the way in. Let's see if he either goes for... Oh no! I speak too soon, dude. He's going down. Super 6-1 is going down, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, he didn't even make it to the gate. And that is bad, guys. That is bad news. No me gustas. We do not like that, I'm afraid. That is a rotor collision before gate number 1. Somebody play the sad song. So if you're wondering what happened there, ladies and gentlemen, the KA-50 has two main rotors and they spin in opposite directions so that it doesn't require a tail rotor. Now, if the pilot has too much torque input, so if you don't really know too much about helicopters, basically what that means is if the pilot has got too much power on the aircraft, if he's asking for a lot of power from the main rotor system and he starts maneuvering the aircraft, then the blades can collide with each other, which is what we saw there. So it's an extra thing for these KA-50 pilots to be mindful of, that yes, they want the performance out of the aircraft, they want a lot of power from it, but they have to use that power carefully. Like a wise man once said that with great power comes great responsibility, so they have to be careful. Now, Whitty is getting a chance to fly again because he did go down before he actually started the course, so although he didn't make it to gate 1, he does get the chance to restart because the time didn't officially get going. So yeah, let's see if he can keep those lessons in mind and just be a little bit more careful this time. I hope he keeps his wits about him. Okay, through gate 1 with 175 knots, 175. 1 and 2 are pretty good. He's getting pretty close to the next gate though, 4. That's going to send him out of sync for gate 5. He's done very well to recover that though. Needs to be careful with that torque demands and not have another blade strike. So far so good. He's turned his altitude into ground speed and now finds the aircraft nice and low at the bottom of the track, and he's cruising on down to the bottom 180. Okay, big cut to the right hand side, nice early turn. Doesn't really go for much of an altitude advantage, wants to maintain that speed rather than the altitude. Goes through the bottom gate with 50.7. That's more or less equal to the fastest time that we've seen so far up until that point, ladies and gentlemen. So our man Whitty here, the pace setter, he's sitting in #1 position at the moment. And yeah, it looks like he's going to either equal or better his best time so far. Let's see what he can do. Approaching the final turn now. Not too greedy with the cut. Not too irrational with the altitude, and goes through. That's like, whoa, whoa, I thought that, yeah. I thought it was 95 seconds, guys, but no, it's 99.99, 9.99 seconds for Whitty there. So another sub 100 second run for Whitty. This guy is going to be someone to keep an eye on. He's going to be one of the pilots to watch when we get to the finals, ladies and gentlemen. Another good run from Whitty. Yul Danny taken to the skies next. Okay, Yul setting up with a bit of a medium altitude entry. He's focusing on precision rather than just out and out pace for the start. Certainly not a bad idea. Another Spaniard who was very fast on his first run. Let's see if he can improve. About 162 knots through the first gate. Dancing on those rudder pedals. Keeping the nose pointing down the way so that he's not climbing too much up on the altitude. It's not going to cost him with regards to his airspeed. Getting that nice lateral motion left and right. getting into the nice methodical left and right banks now as he tries to maintain as much speed as possible heading down towards the bottom gate. Nice right hand cut, again sets up for the heavy overbank. Not too greedy though, some good pace through here. Keeps the airspeed above 100 knots, that's crucial. That's a great time, 51.7. So about 1 second slower than the fastest time we've seen to that point, but certainly good enough to get to the finals for Yo Danny. Let's see if he can keep it together towards the back of the track. One more turn remaining, the hardest of them all. Alright, around he comes. Keeps the airspeed. Good entry into here. Lovely, that was beautiful. That was really good. 101.3 seconds from Yo Danny. I think that's going to be good enough to get through to the finals. Well done. Okay, Tosic the P back up in the K50, looking to cement his place in the finals for his second attempt here. Some good airspeed here, one of the fastest K50s we've seen with the entry. It's going to be above 170 knots, goes through 172 to start the course. And he's got some good altitude here, guys. See how high he's on the top half of these pylons here. That last year turned out to be very crucial because as you get towards the bottom of the course here, you start coming down lower and lower, transferring that altitude into airspeed and ground speed. And Tosic's doing a great job at that, because it's very hard to recover airspeed if you start into the course low. You can't really get faster and faster, but if you keep the altitude at the start of the course and then gradually come lower and lower and lower, you get to the bottom of the course much faster. And it's all about picking up little milliseconds here, little milliseconds there. And Tosic the P, certainly in the place to be so far. Comes round with a heavy overbank, gets nice and close to there. Again, good altitude discipline here. Could maybe have went through that a little bit lower, but he's got some good altitude to trade for airspeed here. He's going to keep that nose pointing down and just start running and running. Doesn't want to climb, do not climb, whatever you do, my friend. We want to keep descending until the nose is literally scraping off the ground and get as fast as possible. But this looks good so far, guys. 66.4. Oh dear, something's went horribly wrong. Oh no, the curse of the commentator. Maybe next time I'll maybe next time I'll just keep my mouth shut, guys. I spoke too soon. That is horrible. I'm sorry that happened to you, sir. It was looking so good. Okay, G Sav up next again in the K50, looking to improve on his first time. Alright, reasonably aggressive. We're doing, yeah, it's going to be one of the fastest K50s through here. 174 to start the course, so he needs to be very precise here. Good through 1 and 2, getting a little squirrely heading towards 4. And keeping it in control, careful with that main rotor. And round he goes. Now this is what I was talking about on the last run, guys, that uh-oh, yeah, that's bad, that's bad. Keep your mouth shut, Maverick. Oh dear, I've done it again. I have done it again. Sorry, Sav. And he is down and out. It's a dangerous place to be, ladies and gentlemen. It is not as easy as it looks. Alright friends, BSD Randy back in the skies now. He's got Father Christmas on his side in the Star Spangled K50. Wonderful little paint scheme that he's got going on here. Let's see what he can do. One of the fastest pilots from last year. What a great strong showing. Let's see if he can continue that form. Okay, here we go. On the higher echelon of aggression, looks like we're going through gate 1 with 175 on the airspeed, 175 knots. Nice and precise round 2. Close on 3, keeping the altitude well as he goes through 4. This is good, guys. This is good. Alright, now he's getting up to gate number 6. He can start bringing the aircraft down now. He doesn't need to maintain that altitude. You're going to watch him get progressively lower as he goes through these gates, as he transfers that altitude into ground speed. Beautifully done here by Randy so far. Takes a nice big right cut to set up this big left-hand turn. Starts the turn early, good altitude discipline, stamps on that left pedal to get that nose pointing down the way, and through with 105 knots, 50.8 seconds. One of the fastest times we've seen to that point through gate 14, guys. Now, please don't have a, I'm going to say rotor collision, guys, alright, but I don't want to curse him. Please don't listen to me, Randy, alright? We don't want a rotor collision. Let's just get in there, sir. Medium send, alright? Let's make it home safe. He's getting round. So far, the commentator's curse is not a thing. Round gate 18, approaching the final turn. It's time for Hero or Zero. Goes through gate 19, 95.4. Needs to keep the momentum up to get sub 100. Oh, it's close. It is close. 100.2 with no penalties. Well done, Randy. That's a strong time. Well done to Fabrizio. BSD Randy. I've got a feeling we're going to see him again, guys. If you are just joining us, ladies and gentlemen, welcome along to the VIRPIL Air Race. Pilots are competing today to make it through to the finals, which are on at the same time next week. Alright, I'm just hearing from the team that we're going to get the results up for Group A to see who's who in the zoo, ladies and gentlemen. Let's find out who's going to make it through. So yeah, like I said, the finals are going to be this time next week, where the pilots are going to be competing for their share of the €8,000 prize pool, ladies and gentlemen. Big time prizes. So here we go with the top 8. Witty, Leha, G-Sav, Tossix to the P, Freejack, Yoldani, Grace and Hans Wolvenstein are your top 8, ladies and gentlemen. And it's a very close pool as well. Okay. And the bombshell, ladies and gentlemen, from what I can see, is the winner from last year. Yeah, not setting the fastest time here so far. 102.8 from Sagent, who came in first last year. Now, it is the top 8 that go through to the finals. So, yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't look like Sagent. I think Sagent might just squeak through. I'm not sure. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We have done with our intermission and ads, and now we're going to go through the results for Group A as we get Group B ready to go. Alright guys, so as you can see, it is a close field. The top 8 going through: Witty, Leha, GSAV, TOP-16, BSD Randy, Freejack, Yoldani and Garachi all go through. Congratulations guys, what a tight field. 2.8 seconds between first place and 8th place. Well done. Now, I'm not sure if the second table is correct, because I know that Conquer did finish on his second run, but he's got 2 DNFs down there. So I'm not sure if this one, I'm just going to check with the guys to see if that's accurate. Okay, here we have the qualifying times for Group B with Kropinski in first, Young Jake, sheesh, Young Jake in second place, all the way down, FC Pappy, Wolf 1-3, Bauscher, Lino, oh, I don't even have a clue where to start on that one, Gel Beverzian Rienmian in 6th, sorry, FC Earhart in 7th, and Nerve Erv in 8th. So those were the top 8 qualifying times to get into today's competition. Let's see how those pilots get on today when the pressure's really on. I'll work on the 6th place. I'll work on his name. Gel Beverzim. We're going to go with that, guys. FC France, shout out to Rhino as well. The doc is in the house. Rhino making it into the semi-finals as well, sir. Welcome. Great to see you. Bartek, Messer, Jokel and Burner11 Yarna also rounded out the table. So all these guys were the cream of the crop. So just to reiterate, if you're not aware or you're just joining us, that all these pilots had to fly against literally hundreds of other pilots to make the qualifying and post their best times. And so out of all the pilots that submitted times, the guys that you get to see today are the ones that actually qualified for the semi-finals. Just waiting on our competitors getting in. We have most of them in the server. We're just getting the order sorted out for the groups of 4 who are all going to go one after the other. So as soon as we're ready, guys, we'll bring you some action as soon as we have it. Okay, friends, we are getting some of our pilots to slot in now. We're just waiting to sort out the order for who's actually going to go first. We appreciate your patience. Thank you so much for watching. Okay, we have our first contender taken to the skies in the dark horse of the tournament, guys. This might be the aircraft to watch, ladies and gentlemen. There could be some interesting maneuvers coming from the SA-342 Gazelle that we have taken part. We have quite a lot of guys setting some surprisingly blistering times, given the fact that this aircraft is not really known for its straight line ground speed. But certainly that is no obstacle for these guys. The Gazelle is by far and away the most manoeuvrable helicopter that's taken part in the competition. And some pilots really taking advantage of that with some really creative flying. So I think we're in for a real treat here, guys. Let's see what happens. First up is Krapinski, and he is just about to enter in. Interestingly, doesn't take an altitude cut at all. Goes through the starter gate with 156 knots. And let's see the Gazelle start dancing. Krapinski representing the United States of America. Doing a great job so far. That nose is wobbling around just a little bit, but that wouldn't have cost him too much time. Now he's looking to just get the aircraft as low as possible. Wants to avoid climbing as much as he can because it will just cost him millisecond by millisecond, and all those add up when you're in these time trials. Takes a nice right hand cut. Whoa! Gets a little bit wobbly on the way in. Sets up the overbank. Very wide entry into there, and we haven't seen that so far. Oh! It literally scrapes the skids off the side of the pylon there. Some great flying. 48.7 seconds, guys. Wow, that beats the KA-50 time by more than 2 seconds. I told you guys, the Gazelle, the little dark horse. Let's see what it can do. "83 seconds for gate 18. This looks really strong here. Alright. Keeps it round. Nice and tight. Wow, look at the maneuverability on that helicopter. Through it goes. 95.8 seconds. Absolutely blows the KA-50 out of the water. Wow. I don't think anybody would have predicted that. The maneuverability of the Gazelle just completely trumps the top speed of the KA-50. And we have the fastest time set by Krapinski. The fastest time we've seen all day. That is fantastic flying, sir. Alright, next up we have young Jake. Jake 1-1, not Jake, is taken to the skies. DCS Twitcher. Makes some great YouTube content as well. Can often be found flying in the multiplayer servers. I know he's been spending a lot of time practicing. A very switched on young man. Going to go on to do great things in the DCS world. I think there's a very bright future for this young guy. Let's see what he can do. Came into today's competition with the second fastest qualifying time, so Jake very much in the driving seat to get some prizes. The caveat being, he needs to stay alive. It looks very easy when we're watching from the comfort of our chairs here, guys, but it is very difficult to get around this course without hitting anything, and really that's what's going to be the deciding factor, is can Jake get around? He is fast enough without trying too hard. Can he get around without destroying the aircraft? Wow, huge entry speed in, 185 knots to enter the course. Super aggressive from Jake. That is a full-time sheesh as he goes around gate 5, and he's absolutely wringing the neck out of that Gazelle. This is some crazy flying, guys. Sheesh, round he goes. Gate 7, Gate 8. This is going to be a fast time, ladies and gentlemen. Really super aggressive by Jake. He just needs to keep it together. And he's flying sideways, but that doesn't bother young Jake. Or the Gazelle, for that matter. The Gazelle Lima model that we're seeing here today, ladies and gentlemen. An incredibly agile flight model. Alright, around it goes. High over bank on the entry. Super close to the inside pylon. Goes through with... oh my god, dude. 48.6 seconds. That is fast. That is super fast. It's going to be right on the heels of Krapinski. Jake just needs to keep it together and not collide with anything. No danger of the rotor colliding with the tail rotor or the tail or any type of shaft bumping or anything like mast bumping, I should say. Anything like that. Just needs to keep that main rotor from touching the ground or the obstacles, and everything's going to be fine. Needs to be careful with those rudder pedals. Alright, just one more turn to go. Here we go. The Kingmaker. Round he goes. That's a little bit too tight. He has to unload and then get back through. 95.98 seconds with no penalties. Wow. Absolutely fantastic from young Jake. That is strong. That is very strong. Brannan is next up. FC Pappy Brannan next up in the Gazelle. So the Gazelle is actually facing off against the MI8. I wouldn't be surprised if we don't see any hips, guys. I don't think there's going to be any MI8s coming up against these Gazelles. The Gazelle is just so fast that I really think it's going to have knocked out all the MI8s that are trying to get through to this competition. FC Pappy representing the United States. Let's see if he can unite some airspeed states and get through this course in one piece with a fast time. Here we go. Off to a good start. 178 enters the course. Super close to these pylons. Wow, I'm surprised he didn't cut the main rotor off there. And there again, there's some questions about the physics here, guys. There are some serious questions about the physics on that main rotor collision model. He definitely made contact with that, but the main rotor just doesn't seem to care. So the main rotor on the Gazelle seems to be made of stellinium or some kind of really tough metal. I'm not sure what the toughest metal is on the world, but yeah, it looks like that K50 has got it. It's getting, the disc is looking like it's maybe getting a little bit wobbly now. Through the bottom gate, 49.8. Not the fastest time we've seen, but still very, very fast. But I think the Gazelle bracket is going to be very tight, guys. All these pilots are looking to try and claw every millisecond they can, because it's definitely going to count. Okay, the Kingmaker, here we go. Titan on the inside. Wow, massive overbank. Keeps the energy. Through he goes. 99.1. Very, very respectable. Well done, sir. Okay, we have Boscher up next. Boscher 974. Wolf 13, aka. Taken to the skies. Okay, setting up, not going too aggressive on the altitude. Alright, down he goes. I'd say he's been quite conservative with how aggressively he's approaching the course. Goes through with 168 on the airspeed in the entry. Nice and composed through the first couple of brackets. Getting that main rotor very, very close to the... Oh, that's too much! Oh, you definitely don't want to do that. Right, that is us done for Group 1. We're just waiting on Group 2 getting loaded in. All these pilots that we've just seen will get a chance to set a second time. Everyone taking part tonight gets a chance to set 2 times, and we take the best time and the top 8 from each group go through to the finals, which are the same time next week, guys. So make sure you hit that follow button if you're watching on Twitch. You hit that subscribe button if you're on YouTube, and we'll see you again next week for the finals. Getting our next 4 pilots up now. We have Lino, Nerverv, Jelba Verzum, and FC Earhart. And it looks like we're taking to the skies with Lino for the first time. Lino heading out in this fantastic tiger meat style SA342. I think everybody's represented in the Lima version. Maybe the most slick rig out of them all. Let's see what Lino has. Representing France. Allez la bleu. Let's see what you have, monsieur. Nice fast posture through the gate. About 170 knots going through. Uh-oh, this looks bad. Oh, nice recovery, nice recovery. Alright, he's back on track, guys. Going through gate number 5, 10.3 seconds, past the crash of his countryman. Keeping the power on as much as he can. It's getting a little squirrely. It is a little squirrely up front, guys, but he's managing it. He's still in one piece, and that's all that matters. It's definitely still getting squirrely, guys. Okay, flattening out a little bit. Smooth and steady, warning sir. Smooth and steady wins the race at this part of the track. Setting up for the big 180. Needs to carry as much speed around this corner as he can, and the Gazelle just handles that. No problem at all. That is borderline beautiful as he rounds out down on the back straight. Wants to minimise the amount of time the aircraft climbs. Keep the nose down as low as possible and get as fast as he can. Oh, that almost ended in disaster there. But he keeps it together. Just needs to smooth it out. Smooth and steady is what's key at this point. Doesn't need to be too aggressive with the turns. Just needs to carry as much speed as he can and not hit the ground. It is a little squirrely up front, ladies and gentlemen. Coming up for the final turn round here. Overbank to the left. Buries the stick in his belly and then brings it round. Boom. We're through. 98.75. Fantastic time, sir.
All right, we're just going to call our friend here Gel, because I'm doing him a horrible disservice by mispronouncing his name. So we're just going to call him Gel. So Gel taken to the skies next up. All right, sets up nicely over the far. One of the more aggressive postures we've seen so far. Jake was very quick through the start gate. Gel goes through 161 on the airspeed, 161 knots. Nicely round gates 2 and 3. Aircraft not looking too squirrely. He's keeping his altitude very well, guys. You notice this? He's not getting the aircraft too low too quickly. Now he can afford to slowly bring the aircraft lower and lower. He's done a great job at maintaining the altitude at the start of the course so that he can save a little bit of energy in the bank to transfer into airspeed and ground speed as this track gets smoother down towards the bottom of the runway. So far so good for Gel. Okay, the 180 of death. Early turn in, nice and close. Good airspeed, 157 knots through the gate. Now, just a bit of a comparison, guys. The KA-50 pilots were going through that bottom gate, gate 14, with about 102 knots was the fastest, 105, something like that. These KA-50s are going through with 158 knots. Okay, bobbing and weaving by Gel. He's just got this one to round now. Just one more corner. The Kingmaker coming up. Here we go. Sets up the bank early. Rolls in. Buries the cyclic. Pulls in. And 3, 2, 1. Through he goes. 99.1. Touching down. Okay, guys, the judges want to take a little bit of a look at that last one. Crashing at the finish or just after the finish is something that is subject for review by the judges, just because we don't want anybody to be going through with complete carelessness. So that finish is going to be reviewed by the tournament referees, and we'll see if that time counts or if that's going to go down as a DNF. FC Earhart up next. Looks like he has a British Army Air Corps skin on the Gazelle, looking real good. Representing the United States. Came into here with a good strong qualifying time. Let's see if he can get round the course without causing any injury to himself or his aircraft. Oh no, it went. I was trying to. I thought we'll just give him the benefit of the doubt. I won't give him the commentator's curse, and I'm afraid it made no difference there. Just trying a little bit too hard, and unfortunately collided with one of the early derricks on the course. That's unfortunate, Earhart. I'm sure you'll make up for it in the next one, though. Just nerve to go now. Nerve taken to the skies and the fantastic Tiger Meat Gazelle looking good. Already at a pretty decent altitude. Looks like he is going to try and take a deep altitude cut to get his round underway. So we're expecting him to go through the entry gate with more than 170 knots. Let's see what he does. And we're already up to 180 knots. 184 through the gate. Very, very fast indeed. Alright, bobbing and weaving through the first three gates. Keeping it together. Nice overbank there. Catches it before it rolls over upside down on him. And now he just needs to start smoothing it out. He's done the toughest part of the slaloms. Now he needs to get that aircraft low. Whoa, a little bit squirrely. Get the aircraft low and keep it as smooth and as precise as possible now. Okay, it's a little bit squirrely approaching the bottom, but here we go for the 180. One of the most important turns on the track. Very, very aggressive, but beautiful. Nice overbank there. Goes through with 155 knots, 49.7. Not the fastest we've seen to that point, but certainly he is in the fight with no aircraft damage, and it all to make up for in the back half of the track here. He really can be a contender if he can just get to the finish line in one piece. Just one more turn. That was too aggressive. I don't know what happened there. Oh no, it's all went horribly wrong just before the last corner. That has cost him dearly, guys. Through he goes, the final gate 19 towards the finish line, and it is going to be 99.5. That has got to be disappointing for Nerve. Just the penultimate corner, guys, really cost him there. That is unfortunate. Alright, we're just getting our next group in. Next group of four, and FC France taken to the skies first in the Tiger Meat Gazelle. A strong contender from the qualifiers. Looking for good things out of FC. Okay, Franz with the medium altitude cut, I'd say. He's not too high. Going in with 170 knots, 170. Airspeed's still fantastic. Just needs to keep it nice and smooth now. Okay, fantastic 180 from our man Franz. 51.1. Now that's on par with the times that the K50s were doing. There's been some gazelles went through that are a lot faster than that, but he can still make up time towards the back end of the course. As we've seen, guys, the back end of the course, not a walk in the park at all. There is plenty of opportunity for errors, miscalculations and crashes, so let's hope Franz can get through without any of those. Last turn now, sets it up nice early, doesn't get too greedy, maintains that momentum and gets through nice and low. That's a good time.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the doctor will see you now. We have Rhino34, Rhino.ttv, fantastic Twitch streamer. He is a grumpy doctor trying to keep up with the cool kids, self-confessed, taken to the skies now in his gazelle. He's a great guy. If you ever catch him streaming, definitely well worth watching. Really nice energy, runs a great positive stream. Let's see what he can do. Okay, here it goes. Decent altitude cut to initially begin with. Through the first gate with 171 knots, 171 through the opening gate. Keeps it nice and steady around the first three. Look how minimal these movements are. He's not throwing the aircraft around all over the place. This one's going to cost him a little bit of time, but that is not too bad at all. Keeps that airspeed right up, though. This is the crucial thing. The doc doing an absolutely fantastic job. You could say he's running a bit of a surgery here, ladies and gentlemen. Doing a fantastic job so far. He's keeping that momentum as he goes through the tight slaloms. Now he's just trying to focus on keeping the aircraft as low as possible, using all that engine power for forward momentum rather than climbing up in altitude, as he sets up his entry for the first 180-degree turn here. It's a little bit squirrely as he comes out of the slalom there, but it's still all good. Heavy overbank on the left-hand side. Rails that through. Stamps on the left pedal to keep the nose down. We're through with 151 knots. 51.3 seconds. Kind of on caliber with the K50 times that we're seeing, but still very fast. All to play for in the back half of the track. Just a final turn to go now. Some good airspeed still across the aircraft. Here we go. Sets it up. Rolls it in. The tuck and roll. Here we go. Keeps that momentum nice and low with the nose. Pull through. And 101. It is, unfortunately, it's not sub 100 seconds. So that is going to be a difficult time to compete to get into the finals. But I'm sure he'll do better for the next run. We have Messer Jokel up next, the final pilot from this group. Keeping it nice and timely. Headed out again in this fantastic tiger meat style gazelle skin. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, with the altitude cut from about 1600 feet, he's going to pop that nose down, start working on airspeed, and get through this gate. Looks like he's not going too aggressive on the speed though. 161 on the airspeed going through. Nice and controlled through the first 3 gates. He's keeping that altitude quite well so he can bring the aircraft down towards the bottom of the slaloms. Now would be a good time to start working that altitude down and just recover that airspeed a little bit, and that is exactly what it looks like he's doing. That was a close shave, but he's still in it. Yeah, that altitude is coming down now, and he's just working on getting the aircraft faster and faster. The first of the 180s coming up. Here we go. The Turn of Doom. Beautiful entry. Very well. No! Oh no, bro. That was bad. That was bad. He did not want to do that. Credit where credit's due, guys. The entry was beautiful. Alright, that does it for our second group. We're just working on getting the next set of pilots up and running. Okay, got some results coming your way now. Hopefully. There we go. So as we can see, guys, there is not much in it at the top. The two top contenders over, obviously, Krapinski and Jake, and then there's a 2.8 second gap to third place. So yeah, it looks like Krapinski and Jake definitely going to be seeing those guys again next week, unless there is an outstanding turn of events, guys. It looks like Jake and Krapinski are through. But the battle down at the middle to the bottom table is still very fierce and all to play for. Again, more than 8,000 euros worth of prizes to go for. So yeah, these guys are going to be in it fighting. Okay guys, so a quick reminder that we have this competition for you guys watching at home. You can win yourself some cash prizes just for answering these stream questions. The first one being, what is the most exotic type of weapon with which a helicopter has been shot down, i.e. a confirmed kill in real life? Is it MLRS, artillery, GBU, naval mine, ATGM, unguided air-to-ground rocket, or a parachute signal rocket? Next question is, when is Eagle Dynamics' birthday? The answer options for you there: 1991, 93, 94, 95, or 1999. Question number 3. How many blades, main and tail rotors combined, does the CH-53 have? The answer options for you: 9, 10, 11, 12, or 13. Question number 4, coming up in a little second. Okay, so number 4, what do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? The answer options for you: a pusher rotor, a main rotor, a tail rotor, or a propeller. Question number 5. What is the longest hover flight for a HPH, a human-powered helicopter? So no engine involved, just human power. Answer options: 29 seconds, 36 seconds, 40 seconds, 71 seconds, or 87 seconds. And finally, question number 6. We've been asking you guys to keep an eye out for a hidden number while we've been broadcasting the stream here that's going to give you a special clue for the answer for this question. So for those of you with keen eyes, have a little look at the question, look closely at the answers, and see if you can tally that up with the hidden number that you've seen on the stream. Alright, on with the action. We have Bartek up next. Bartek 16194 taken to the skies in the Gazelle. A strong qualifier from the qualifying rounds. Hopefully he's going to be able to keep it together and get to the end of the course in one piece. Bartek with a pretty aggressive stance. Well, he slowed down a little bit, went through. Oh dear, that's went horribly wrong from the start. That has not worked out for Bartek. He has bailed out of that. He's pressed the big red button that says nope right in the middle of the cockpit, and he has bailed on that one. We're just waiting on getting our next pilot in and up and running. Great to see so many of you in the chat, guys. I hope you're enjoying watching. If you are enjoying, guys, do us a huge favour, copy the link and paste it onto your social media, to your friends, your families, and let's get more people in here enjoying the action. Hit that subscribe button if you're not already subscribed on YouTube. Hit that follow button over on Twitch so you can catch the finals next week at the same time, where we're going to find out who takes home a share of the €8,000 in prizes. Alright, we're back to our first group of qualifiers here. Krupinski, who is the fastest Gazelle pilot so far qualified for the competition. He's also the fastest Gazelle pilot in the semi-finals live as we see them. So he's up first. Next we have the second fastest, which is going to be young Jake. So these are going to be two of the hot shots guys that we're watching. We're definitely expecting to see these two again. Krupinski set the fastest time. Jake is right behind him with the second fastest. Let's see if Krupinski can increase his lead or if something's going to go horribly wrong. Through the entrance gate at 167 knots, 167, nice and smooth past the first gate and smooth again past the second and third. This is some great pedal action here by Krupinski. Look at the rhythm that he's got, the cadence that he has with these turns. This is really good. The Gazelle, the star of the show so far in terms of maneuverability and speed, it really has taken a lot of people by surprise. Here we go. Entering into the turn of doom, and he nails it absolutely beautifully. Goes through with 163 knots to set a gate 14 time of 47.8 seconds. That is insanely quick, guys. This is the fastest run that we've seen so far. So far, so good for Krupinski. Just the final turn to go now. The Kingmaker. The maker and breaker. Here we go. Sets it up early. That is going to be super close. He's going to have to pull tight with this. Around he goes. Maintains that speed. Threads it through. 94.96. That is the fastest time we've seen all day, guys. That is incredible. Okay, looks like it's young Jake up next, taking to the skies in the fantastic tiger-looking Gazelle here. Jake was right on the back of Krupinski in terms of times. Really, there's not a lot in between these two guys here. So Jake has the potential to take first place away from Krupinski here. Doesn't need to do it though. I think Jake's time from the first qualifying session that he done is going to be enough to get him through the finals. So this one, perhaps a bit of a formality, but he's definitely still going to be out there fighting and trying to improve for consistency and time. Let's see how he gets on. Decent altitude cut here from Jake. Look how long he maintains the altitude for, and he's just going to go nose forward for full yeet, full sheesh from young Jake. Here he goes through the start gate with 176 knots, 176 through the start gate. Nicely round gates 1 and 2. Oh, just needs to be careful with that cadence there. Not quite as smooth as Krupinski, but still very, very fast. He's got the aircraft pretty low pretty quickly, so that's going to cost him a little bit as he moves down the track, because he's not going to get the potential to transfer any remaining altitude that he has into ground speed. But certainly very quick from Jake. Got the potential to set a very fast time here. That's a little bit squirrely, I'm going to be honest. Things are a little bit squirrely Gazelle side, but it has the agility to get around these maneuvers and not be too penalised by that tail wandering around there. Right, here we go. Setting up for the turn of doom. Nice early entry in here from Jake. Keeps the momentum on. Goes through with 172 knots. That is fantastic. A 48.4 down the bottom end of gate 14. Looking good. Just needs to keep it together. Keep it nice and smooth. Don't make any mistakes. Make it to the end. Little squirrely. Okay, the final turn, rolls it in. Quite aggressive, has to unload a little bit to get through the final turn and nails it for a 95.9. Personal best of this session. I think that's the second fastest time we've seen. Well done, Jake. Fantastic. Next up is FC Pappy. Okay, Pappy setting up for a decent run at it here. Already at 170 knots. This is going to be a fast entry into the first gate. Starts the course 175. Here we go. Gate 2 negotiated. Around nice and sharp, concise, in control, but close. A little scary, but definitely still in control. Is gradually going to reduce that altitude, transfer that altitude into speed as it goes down. This is nice. Smooth and methodical is the name of the game at this point of the course. Want to get yourself set up for a nice right hand, big right hand chunk as you get this left hand entry in. Looking good on the overbank. Great speed through there, 151, 151 knots going through gate 14 with a time of 49.2. Now he just needs to keep it together and get to that finish line. Alright, here's the maker and the breaker, ladies and gentlemen. This is where it all counts. Round he goes, nice and aggressive, a little bit heavy on the overbank, has to bank out of it, but gets through for a new personal best, 97.8. Well done, sir, fantastic. O'Shea up next, Wolf 1-3. Alright, Boucher not wasting any time in getting down to business. Looks like he has been, yeah, he's been pretty aggressive. We're already doing 167 knots. Looks like he's going to go through with 165. He slows down just a little bit before he goes through. You'll notice that he's quite low already, not taking the same strategy as some of the other pilots to start off quite high on the pylons and then work that altitude down to get that ground speed. Boucher electing to just kind of do his own thing and not necessarily be influenced about what other people are doing. So far, it's very controlled, it's very calm, it's very collected. Alright, the turn of doom coming up. Takes a nice right chunk cut at it. Early in with the overbank. Nice altitude. Stumps on the left pedal. Gets that nose pointing the right way and then through he goes. 49.4. Decent. Okay, the Kingmaker to go. Here we go. So far so good. Early in. Nice and tight on the inside. Loves that. That's nice. Keeps that overbank. Rolls out as he goes through. That is a fantastic time. 96.8. New personal best. Alright, so the Gazelle boys were not messing around, guys. We're marching through these Gazelle flight times pretty quickly. It took us quite a long time to get through the K50s and the MI24, but yeah, the Gazelle boys not messing around at all. We have Bartek and Lino up next. Let's see what they can bring to the table. Bartek taken to the skies now for his second run. He's already doing the old sideways shim. Shim sham shoo. Alright, Bartek taking a decent altitude cut in it. Interesting approach. He wants to come at it from slightly left of centre line. He's going to start to migrate a little bit to the right now as he goes through gate number 1 with a 173 knots on the airspeed. He's left this a little bit tight. This is going to be difficult to get around. This is not good, ladies and gentlemen. It has went horribly wrong straight away. That was maybe a little bit of a barrel roll there. This might kiss the ground. This is all went wrong for poor Bartek. He had a horrible start on his first run, and yeah, this one is not going on. He's not off to a good start. He needs to put that out of his mind, though. He can still remember he's maybe not going to set the fastest time, guys, but he can still get himself through the finals. He needs to put that bad start behind him and just focus on what's in front of him and claw back some time. Coming left with a Shim Sham Shoe. It's not over till it's over, Bartek. Just keep going, brother. Fast as you can. Anything can happen. Throws it in for the last turn. Has the pace to go through. Good momentum maintained. And it's a time of 105. So, yeah, definitely not the fastest time we've seen. Let's see. Hopefully he can scrape through.
Next up is going to be Lino. Lionel with a big swooping entry. Looked like he was going to go heavy on the altitude. He is higher than most of the pilots we've seen, in fact. Wants to convert that down is pretty early, which is surprising. He's not. Oh my god, this... Oh, that was close. He's got himself into a little bit of a tongue twister now, just like the commentator, but he's doing a better job of getting out of it than I am. He's managed to... He's a trained professional, guys. He's sorted this out. He's well on his way now. Just needs to start thinking slow and methodical. Let's just slow that energy down, Lionel, and get ourselves down to the bottom 180. Good job, sir. Alright, the turn of doom. Nice altitude conversion there. Gets it down, get it low, lower than that. Low, 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 low. Yeah, really need to go through that gate and then get as low as you can, as fast as you can, guys. The quicker you start accelerating, the higher your top speed's going to be, and the faster you're going to reach that top speed as well. Lionel doing a great job here. This is going to be a competitive time. That was close. Needs to not hit any of this. He's done all the hard work. The penultimate gate is approaching. Alright, here we go. A little skid tickle on the grass there. Heavy on the overbank. Rails it through. Pulling, pulling, pulling. Bingo. In he goes. 98.4. Gel is next back up. We call him Gel because I have no idea how to pronounce his full name. So out of respect for our good friend here, we're just going to call him Gel. Okay, taking a cut over the FARP, 1400 feet. Looking for that airspeed now. Gate number 1, 159 knots, 159 knots through gate 1. Nice and controlled through 2. Little scraggly through 3, that sets him up not that great for 4. It's almost an overbank through 5. He's chasing his tail now just to get back on top of the aircraft, but he's done a great job of that. It's getting a little squirrely downrange, however. Oh, what's that main roar? What's the skid? Oh, we are bobbing and weaving here, ladies and gentlemen, but he's doing a great job at staying on top of it. Great recovery. Around the turn of doom, a little slow on the entry actually, guys. Goes through with 145 knots. That's not shabby at all. We are a little bit behind the pace though for the Gazelle. He went through that gate at around about the same time as the fastest K50 pilots went through, so
A little bit off the Gazelle pace, but still very strong. Final turn, set up nicely. Not too aggressive. Great speed on the way through. Unfortunately, it is. Yeah, it looked like it was going to be faster, guys. It's 100.4, which, while a fast competitive time, sadly not as fast as the top 4 that we've seen. Next up, we have FC Earhart. Okay, 165 knots through the gate. Nice and controlled. Zero movement between gate 1 and gate 2. I like that. Nice and precise through the remaining gates. Gets a little bit out of shape going around gate 5. Recovers very well for gate 6. Some nice cadence here. Oh, a little bit squirrely. Spoke too soon. Very squirrely, in fact, but still keeps it together. Great recovery here by Earhart. Wants to maybe get a little bit closer to these pylons, though. Oh, not that close. Wants to get a little bit closer, just so he's reducing the length of the track as much as he possibly can. Setting up for the turn of doom. Around we go. Nice overbank going down there. I love the way he can vary. Oh no! Great balls of fire, ladies and gentlemen. Alright, unfortunately that did not go well. At least he popped the flares out at the end, guys. That's what we're looking for. If you're going to crash, you can at least give us some flares. Okay, our man Nerverv up next. Okay, Nerv with a big altitude cut to convert to speed. Super. He's already doing 185 knots. Wow. Goes through the gate with 187. That's the fastest we've seen. Minimal movement between gates 1 and 2. This is really good. If we can keep this under control, this is going to be a fast time. Beautiful flying so far. It's a little squirrely now, though. Keep it under control, dude. He's keeping the airspeed up really well. We're still above 160 knots. This is fantastic. Oh, it's getting a bit squirrely, though. We're looking for minimum squirrels, guys. Ah, that's costing him time. All this swirling around is costing him time. That is not good. He can still recover though. Here comes the turn of doom. Around he goes. Big entry in. Is he going to make it out alive? Yes, he is. Past the scene of the incident from the last pilot. And heading down range on the back straight. Shout out to the cameramen that are bringing us the footage, guys. I am literally just commentating. I'm not doing any of the camera work, and our camera team over here is doing an amazing job of bringing you guys the action. So props to the camera, guys. Okay, approaching gate 18 now. And the end is in sight. This is a little bit too scraggly, guys. Unfortunately, he's letting the aircraft just get away from him a little bit. This is all costing him milliseconds. Around we go and slam that pedal in, brother. In it goes for 98.4. Not bad at all. Alright, looks like that is the last pilot in this particular group. And I think we have the last group for this particular section of pilots is going to be FC France up first. And I believe it's going to be Rhino after that and Messer Yokel to round us off. France taken to the skies. Alright, some big energy to start off with. Here we go. Maybe just a little bit unsettled. 164. Oh, this looks close. Yeah, that's close. Oh my... How? Somebody get me physics on the phone. How is that a thing? But he has managed to get round that. He's still in it, wheeling and dealing. Airspeed's fantastic. Right, setting up for the turn of doom, scraping the skids along the ground like a boss. Here we go. Rolling her in. Keeping it. He's actually quite slow, guys. He lost a lot of speed there. But done really well to recover down after he came through gate 14 and accelerates away. Great composure here by France. Alright, here we go. Oh, that's close. He's skidding the skids through the grass there like a boss again. Round he goes. Some great speed. Oh no! Oh no! This... Oh, he had to unload there. He got through. Well done. Well done. I thought he was going to collide with that, but he saved it right at the end. Well done, sir.
Okay, the Doctor will see you again, ladies and gentlemen. Rhino TTV taken back to the skies. Definitely room for improvement from the Doc here. He set a good time, but I hope he doesn't take any offence by saying it was. Yeah, it was okay. It was an okay time. I think there's more in the tank for Rhino, and hopefully we're going to see him go a little bit faster here. So because we want to see him next week in the finals, so hopefully he can get a little bit more out of it. 176 through gate number 1. Uh-oh. Wow. There must be a little bit of desync on there, like with the models or something like that, guys. I just seen the Doc teleport through some steel there, but never mind. The Doc knows what he's doing. So far, so good. It is all going well. He's keeping the nose pointing in more or less the same direction. Some lovely pedal work here by Doc. Alright, approaching the bottom end of the course here for the first 180. Such an important entry onto the back straight to get this right. Around he goes, doesn't lose too much speed as he goes through. Uh-oh, it's went wrong. It's went horribly wrong! Dearly beloved, we're gathered here today to remember our good friend Rhino. Unfortunately, yep, got a little bit too close on turn 13, guys. It is so difficult. I know watching at home it might look like this is easy, but it is way harder than it looks like for us just sitting here in the comfort of our chairs watching. But I'm afraid, yeah, people are going to crash and unfortunately not make it to the end of the round. That is going to happen today and also next week in the finals, and it's horrible to see because these guys have all been working so hard to get to this point, and a lot of effort, a lot of patience and energy has went into qualifying to get to this stage, and it's just a shame when you see something like that happen. We got Messer Yokol up next. See if he can make it to the end without crashing. Quite a pedestrian start, 155 knots through the first gate. Nice and controlled as it goes through 4 and 5, approaching 6. This looks good. It doesn't look too fast, but it's composed. Remember, it's not necessarily the fastest guy that's going to win. It's the fastest guy that is alive at the end of the course. If you crash and kill yourself in an explosion here, obviously you're not doing yourself any favours. So yeah, sometimes it's not always complete out and out aggression for maximum speed. You have to be quite composed as well. It's a delicate balance. Alright, around he goes. Power, power, power. Great entry into the back straight there. Once you get that nose down a little bit more, you see that where he ballooned up a little bit. That will just cost him a little bit of a half second there. And it's just these tiny little margins when you're flying against the best and the community has to offer that really is going to make the difference between first and second place. Beautiful entry round to the last corner. And through the gate it goes. Oh, watch out for that! Oh! He's still alive. He's still alive. Finish time is 101.6. Alright, it looks like that's it for this particular group.
Okay guys, welcome back. We're just going to get some results up from Group B before we march on. Congratulations to Krapinski, Not Jake, Boucher, FC Pape, Lionel, Nerverf, Gel, I think it might be Gelb Verzin. Sorry brother if I keep mispronouncing that. And FC Franz. Congratulations guys, you get through to the finals and we'll see you next week. Next up, we're going to have the contenders from Group C taking part. These are the guys that qualified. Group C is the Apache and the Huey, so you guys have probably noticed already, these times considerably slower than Group A and Group B. But one of the great things that VIRPIL Controls have done for the tournament this year is they've separated all the aircraft into 3 different categories, so it's not just a case of a clear-cut case of the fastest helicopter will win the competition. So we have the KA-50 versus the MI-24. The SA-342 Gazelle versus the MI-8, and the Apache, the AH-64 versus the UH-1, the Huey. So it really levels the playing field for people who, for example, don't want to fly the Gazelle and want to fly the K-50, the Apache, or the MI-24, the UH-1, whatever it is. These guys can still compete and win fantastic prizes from VIRPIL Controls. Turn down the music just a little bit. So next up guys, we're going to see some great action. We're going to see arguably the 2 slowest helicopters in the competition going at it, the Apache and the UH-1. It's going to be interesting. Obviously the guys are not really going to compete with the K-50 or Gazelle times, but nevertheless it's going to be some really precise flying. I think we're going to maybe see a lot of aircraft wobbling around as people struggle to get to grips, or not get to grips, but struggle to stay on top of the high fidelity flight models that the Apache and the UH-1 both bring to DCS. So this is going to be an interesting little qualifying period to see who's going to make it through to the top 8 guys. Who do we get to see taking part this time next week? Alright, some more good news just coming down the line from VIRPIL. I've just been told that not only are they doing the prizes for the winners here, but out of the qualifiers, guys, everybody actually gets a prize from the VIRPIL gents of whoever qualified the fastest in each particular airframe gets a prize. So there's going to be 6 additional winners here. And the prizes that these guys are going to be going home with is €100. So the fastest K50 pilot, which was BSD Randy in the qualifiers, gets €100. The fastest Gazelle pilot, which was Krapinski, gets €100. Unfortunately, young Jake just misses out on 0.22 of a second there. The fastest MI8 pilot, Leha, gets €100. The fastest MI24 pilot, which is Conquer 24, wins himself €100 for the VIRPIL store. BSD Randy wins again. BSD Randy shooting McTootin wins €100 for the AH64. And the fastest Huey pilot is the Flight Sim guy in the UH1, who wins €100 for the VIRPIL store as well. So congratulations, guys. Some great pilots, some great skills, some great prizes. Alright, first up in the Apache is BSD Randy, speaking of devil. Alright, 152 knots through the gate, not too shabby at all. She's a big girl, the Apache. Flight model's definitely going to be a handful. Randy is the fastest Apache pilot, so we're seeing the best of the rest right in there up close. So this guy's really setting the benchmark time for everybody else to follow. Very cool, calm and collected so far by Randy. Fantastic flying. I'm interested to see how he deals with this 180. He deals with it beautifully. That is borderline perfect. I really like that. What a great entry onto the back straight. Oh no! Oh no! Is that desync? Is he okay? Oh, terrifying bit of desync on my screen. I seen him actually crash there for a little second. I don't know if you guys are going to see that on the stream. But apart from that, it's looking really good. Alright, the first time set is 112.7 seconds. No penalties. That's a good marker for Randy. Okay, the man, the myth, the legend, Kid is up next. A fantastic DCS streamer. You can find him on Twitch an awful lot. Does great streams all the way from South Korea. I love watching this guy stream. Really great content. Fantastically talented pilot as well. Really nice guy. Hoping that he's going to do well here. Very early in the morning for Korea at the moment, so massive props to Kid for staying awake or getting up so early to take part in the competition today. Well done, Kid. Kid electing to take a huge altitude start, almost at 3,000 feet. 2,900 feet for Kid as he starts. This is going to be interesting. I am very interested to see how he gets on with the first couple of gates. Let's see how this goes. Through the first gate with 155 knots after all that. Very controlled through the first two. Nice and precise. So far, so good. Okay, the turn of doom awaits. Takes a nice right cut, sets up the overbank, and goes for it. Lovely textbook entry, and a little bit slow onto the back straight, but he can definitely recover from here. This is good pace from Kid. Just skirting that left wheel off the ground there. Alright, the final turn. Both wheels running through the grass. That's beautiful. Nice early setup here for Kid on the final turn. Beautifully controlled. No fishtailing around or anything like that. That is brilliant flying, ladies and gentlemen. Time is 112.6. Next up is going to be Tossic the P. Tossic, we've seen flying in the, I'm sure it was K50 we've already seen this young man wheeling and dealing in. So obviously a man of many talents, young Tossic. Looking forward to seeing what he's got for us. Reasonably slow start, 147 knots for gate 1, but cool, calm and collected. Beautiful flying so far. Really love that cadence. Look at how smooth this looks, guys. This is beautiful. On the bottom half of the first straightaway, nice and easy through the more gentle part of the slaloms as we approach the turn of doom. Sets up for the nice right wide cut. Doesn't get too crazy with it. Fantastic aircraft control. Look how steady the tail is. He's not fishtailing it around everywhere. The nose of the aircraft isn't pointing in lots of random directions. He's doing a great job at staying on top of the stability augmentation system, and there's some great hands and feet work here by Tossics. Just the final turn to go. Very composed flying so far. This has been beautiful to watch. And good momentum carried through with a time of 112.9. And next up is going to be Huey. Ironically, in an Apache and not in a Huey. The irony is not lost on me, ladies and gentlemen. He's hanging it out there, almost a little bit reluctant. I don't know if the aircraft's reluctant or if he's reluctant to get it back in, but yeah, she's just a little bit hesitant to get started, guys, but we're on our way downhill now. Airspeed's building nicely. Might just be a little bit out of sync for where he wants to be, but he's bringing it back in there now. Through the gate with 143 knots, 143. Nicely around the first two gates. Beautiful cadence for gates 3 and 4. Uh-oh. Oh, almost went wrong there, but fantastic recovery. Really like that. I think a little kiss from the wheels on the ground there. No harm, no foul. Okay, nice and safely down towards the turn of doom. Let's see how he negotiates this. Good setup with the overbank. Maybe a bit too aggressive. The speed is not fantastic, I'm afraid. Yeah, he's a little bit slow through the bottom gate, but still all to recover from. If he can just not do that, he's okay. It's a little bounce. Watch that main rotor, sir. Nice recovery. Is he going to... Oh no! Oh, kind of. I'm not sure. We're going to have to go to the referees for that one, guys. I'm not sure. But the time is 1:17.8. Okay, we're getting our next 4 contenders in, who are going to be Ulmar, 142nd Bulldogs, Rixky, and Stampy. Ulmar taken to the skies first. Great shot of him taking off there, guys. Well done to the cameraman again. Fantastic work, camera guys. That was a great shot. Okay, Ulmar electing for the kid protocol. Look how high he is, dude. Look how much altitude he has to lose to get through that first gate as well. This is going to be interesting to see. Here we go. Goes through the first gate with 149 knots. Alright, minimum inputs through gates 1 and 2, which is good. Nice and aggressive around gate 3. Very controlled around 4. This is nice cadence here. Good hands and feet. Nice steady progress down towards the first left 180. Sets up for the right cut. Pins the turn in early. This is good. Gets nice and close to the inside pylon, not too close. Sets himself up with a little bit of altitude advantage to go downhill with. He's making it work. So I have been totally proved wrong here, guys. I thought these Apaches were going to be fishtailing everywhere, and the nosies were going to be wandering up and down everywhere, and it would just look really uncontrolled. The smoothness of the flying that these guys have demonstrated has been truly breathtaking. A lot of practices went into these Apache runs, and it really shows, guys. It's absolutely beautiful to watch. As someone who flies the Apache and DCS myself, I know how challenging the aircraft can be. It can be a handful, and the skill on display this evening, guys, is phenomenal. Oh, I spoke too soon. Oh no, dude. That was a great run right up until the end, though. Alright, let's see who's up next. Is it going to be Bama from 142nd Bulldogs? In fact, that's the guy's, and the guy's name is Bama. He isn't Bulldogs. Sorry, guys. I apologise, Bama, when I misspoke a couple of minutes ago. Here he has. We have Bama from the 142nd Bulldogs taken to the skies. Godspeed to you, sir. Good luck. Representing the good old US of A. Interestingly, electing to take the Indian Air Force skin up. I've not seen anyone change skins actually, so maybe they can't change the skin on the Apache, but regardless, our man Bama crosses the line with 151 knots in the bank. Great start for Bama. Good over bank round 1 and 2. Lovely cadence for the third pylon. Maybe getting a little bit out of shape there as he balloons back up, but he's recovered very well indeed. This is great flying so far. Nice rhythm. Starting to just shallow the turns out now and just work on airspeed, airspeed, airspeed. Okay, taking away the right cut for this entry into the turn of doom. Airspeed is great at this point. Let's have a look and see what's on offer. Beautiful control. Fantastically done. Very nice. So far so good, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be a strong time. But as we know, this is the Kingmaker coming up, where legends are made and broken. Nice little altitude profile for the downhill run through the gate. And beautiful. Beautiful 115.3. Well done. Next up is going to be TCW Rexky. Rexky with an interesting take is going to have to make some pretty extreme adjustments here to get around. Goes through with 140 knots. Cool, calm and collected though. Lovely cadence as he goes through the first 4 or 5 pylons here. Doing really well at holding the airspeed up above 140 knots at this point. This should be quite a quick time to get down to the bottom 180 here at the turn of doom. Sets up that entry early, has to back out a little bit because he just set up a little bit too early. Good recovery through gate 14 for the run down on the straight. Getting a little bit out of shape, but nice corrections there on the pedals. Skirting those wheels on the ground. Skirt! Lovely entry into the final turn, maintains the momentum well, doesn't get... Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, that is good. That is, I thought he was going to have a main rotor strike there, but manages to keep it cool, calm and collected and finishes with 116.7. Great flying, sir. Uh-oh. Stampy is next up now. Stampy is airborne. Oceans 8-0. Getting some flare action out as well. A man that knows how to make it look good. Hailing from Sweden. Let's see if Stampy can stamp his authority and get himself through to the finals. Goes through gate 1, reasonably pedestrian, 125 knots, which is probably one of the slower speeds we've seen to start with, but Stampy obviously has a plan. Beautiful cadence to start off with, going through the first set of pylons. Happy just to leave that aircraft banked over and let it work its way back down. Not manhandling it too much. There's not a lot of stirring on the controls going on. Nice and controlled. A little bit squirrely here. Maybe just needs to sort that little SAS disagreement there. That's going to be the aircraft stability augmentation system just arguing with him a little bit about which way it thinks it should be going. But he's done well to recover that. Maintains the speed. Gets that main rotor very close to the ground. Round the turn of doom. Keeps the airspeed above 100 knots. 98 knots down through there. So not great, but not terrible. He can still recover coming down the back straight here. Probably got a little bit more altitude than he really wants at this point. To get to that altitude from where he was, basically at ground level, he's had to trade some airspeed for that. So, yeah, I'm not sure if that's maybe just he's let the aircraft get a little bit away from him, but certainly everybody else has done quite good at keeping the aircraft as low as possible at this stage. But certainly it's going pretty well for Stampy right now. Just needs to thread the needle through the last eye here, and he's good. There we go, 119.6. Well done, sir. Alright guys, again, just a reminder of the stream questions that we have. The first question, what is the most exotic type of weapon with which a helicopter has been shot down, i.e. a confirmed kill? Question number 2 is, when is Eagle Dynamics' birthday?
Question number 3 is how many blades, including the main and tail rotor blades combined, does the CH-53 have? Question number 4. What do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? And question number 5. What is the longest hover flight for a HPH, human-powered helicopter? And question number 6, finally, we've been asking you guys to keep an eye out for hidden numbers that pop up on the screen that's going to help you to answer this question. So for those of you that have been diligent, as you watch the screen, you'll have seen some numbers pop up, and what we're looking to know is which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the 3 numbers shown during the stream. Now, you can win yourself some good cash prizes for this. First place gets €250, second place gets €150, and third place gets €50. Fourth, fifth and sixth place all get €25 each. Okay, we have our next group of pilots taken to there in the mighty Apache. It looks like it's just going to be Apache pilots from this group, guys. Don't think we're going to have any Huey pilots coming on board. And the first one up is Scotch 11 Scout Urubu, taken to the skies in his Apache. Scotch 1-1 doing a great job so far, wheeling and dealing. Off to a good start, good cadence as he heads towards the slightly easier part of the slalom. Looks like he's made a nice change to the US Army skin as well, looks good. Getting a little bit squirrely as he passes through gate number 8 heading towards number 9. But just needs to keep it together, keep the aircraft in one piece, make it home, set a good time. Through the turn of doom, set up a little bit too early, and you see he had to back out of that, and that set him at a bit of an advantage to get through gate number 14, and he's a little bit slow through there at 89 knots, so he's got some ground to make up. So it's time to get that nose in the grass and start hauling ass. Little bit higher on the altitude that he wants to be again, like we talked about in the last round that we've seen from the last pilot, that to get from low level to, even if it is just 30, 40, 50 feet, guys, you're having to trade obviously airspeed to do that, and that's not really what the aim of the game is here. We want all that engine performance going towards going forward and not having to climb up.
Good entry into the final turn. Keeps that overbank on, catches it as it goes through. It's a decent time. 120.1. Next up is Frank. We have Frank taken to the skies. ETN Frank. Frank taking a big old altitude cut here. Been a while since we've seen someone do this in the Apache. Never really seems to translate into monstrous airspeed though, but we'll see. Coming up through 150 knots right now. Aircraft starting to slow back down again. And yet we stay through 150 knots as we go through the gate. Uh-oh, that is a rotor. That is a miscoordination on the torque there, guys. Unfortunately, he let the rotor speed get far too low for demanding too much torque. And those were the results, I'm afraid. He'll learn that lesson for the next time. And I'm sure he'll post a good time. He's obviously done really well to get this far in the competition already. And he's not going to make that mistake twice. Next up is Caesar. Going the wrong way. Caesar not one to follow the crowd and is approaching the course from like the only one to not do the standard kind of go forward and enter from the left. It looks like Caesar wants to enter with a right hand turn, which is interesting. Let's see if this tactic pays off for him. Nice dive and entry for airspeed. So far so good. Goes through the first gate with 150 knots. Very precise through 1 and 2. Great flying so far. A little squirrely going around 4. He makes a fantastic recovery around 5 though and gets back into this beautiful smooth cadence around 6. Heading down towards 7, it should be smooth sailing down towards the turn of doom. Doesn't get too aggressive or greedy on the setup, but yeah, midway through just really overcompensates for how much aft cyclic he needs and hemorrhages a huge amount of momentum there. Really cost himself an awful lot of airspeed. That is going to punish him as he heads down this straightaway. Alright, Prem nose high as he goes through here. That'll cost him a little bit, but yeah, not shabby at all. A 119.4. And some flares to make it look good at the end too. Excuse me, LF Jano to take to the skies next. Oh wow. Possible server crash? I see Jano just literally absolutely perfect hover here. Just bear with us, guys. Obviously having some technical difficulties here. Either that or my man Jano has got a very, very cunning plan that no one else has thought of. Or maybe we've lost him and the server's still up, I'm not sure. We'll work it out, guys. We got the VIRPIL guys are working on it right now. It shouldn't take too long. Alright guys, unfortunately we're actually having some significant technical difficulties here. That means we're just going to have to restart the server and move over to another one. So we're going to take a quick intermission for about 5 minutes and we'll come back to you guys with the action as soon as we can. Okay guys, apologies for the delay, we're just getting the servers back up. While we are doing that, just a quick reminder of the competition that we're running, the stream competition for the cash prizes from VIRPIL. Question number 1, what is the most exotic type of weapon with which a helicopter has been shot down, i.e. a confirmed kill? Question number 2 is, when is Eagle Dynamics' birthday? Question number 3, how many blades, main and tail rotors combined does the CH-53 have? Question 4 is, what do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? And question 5, what is the longest hover flight for a human-powered helicopter? And question number 6, we've been asking you guys to keep an eye out on the stream for hidden numbers that come up. Numbers that are clues so that you can answer this question. Which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the 3 numbers shown during the stream? Alright guys, the server is back up. We're just getting everybody back into the server and getting the show up and running. We're going to be showing you guys these results as we just get everybody set back up again. Alright my friends, sorry about the delay there. Unfortunately these technical things are a bit of a plague whenever you try to do some kind of DCS event. There's always something that gets in the way, but we're back up and running now. We have LF Jano taking off in the Apache AH-64D, and he is wheeling and dealing for his first run to try and put in a good time so he can get through to the finals for next week. He's off to a good start. Nice aggressive start from Jano here. We like this. This is good. Very slow and methodical with the turns as he gets down to this bottom half of the course, which is nice. Maintains the ground speed as much as possible. Around the corner of Doom. Holds onto his speed well, gets a little bit out of shape as he rolls out there, but he can recover from that. Around the final turn, nose high, that might cost him a little bit, but he squeezes right through with a good time for 116.0. Copy. Okay, here we go with 81 Banana. Again in the US Army AH-64 Apache skin, looking good. quite a low altitude approach from Banana here. We've seen a lot of other pilots take a big high altitude cut, but Banana electing to stay low, not get too excited about the altitude, and keep it nice and low and controlled. Let's see how he gets on here. He's quite offset on his entry. He might be trying to minimise the turn from 1 to 2, or from 2 to 3, I beg your pardon. Around you go. No, it's nice and aggressive and big. It's big and beautiful. We like that so far. Off to a great start, Mr. Banana. Nicely negotiated around the turn of death here, maintained some good speed. It's a decent entry onto the back straight. He's maybe just left the acceleration a little bit too late. That's going to cost him a second or two. And through the last gate, he makes it for 120.8. Okay, next up to the skies we have GR Halfway. I believe this guy is from the Lock-On Grease Squadron and not the Grim Reapers. There's always a bit of confusion with the GR tag. But I am pretty confident he's from the Greek Squadron Lock-On Grease. Taking a big altitude cut here. From 2,500 feet. Wow, here we go. And the flares as well to make it look good. Good lad. Alright, goes through with 144 knots. Successfully around 1 and 2. Little overbank to get around 3 into 4. Lost him a little bit of time there, but he's still calm and composed. Okay, turn up to him. Oh, he's heavily overbanked there. The Apache does not like that. It's not like other helicopters where you can get away with that. As soon as you overbank the Apache, it just turns into a stone and starts heading straight towards the ground. And yeah, halfway doing a great job of recovering that rendezvous with the tarmac and turning that frown upside down and getting her moving forward again. He's climbing quite a little bit. There's some more overbanking going on here. I'm not sure what's going on. He might be fighting a little bit with the SAS system in the aircraft. It wants to go one way while he wants to go the other, and he's trying to trim it back out again. But looks like things are under control now. Just needs to keep a cool head and negotiate this last turn. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Oh, he just got away with it. He just got away with it. He's alive. He's alive for the prize. The time is 121.7. Okay, burner 1-1, Yara taken to the skies now. A more conventional start. We've only seen one other pilot not go in this way. Everybody else is elected to take the right-hand turn and head up, and for the left-hand turn for the Ingress. Let's see what Yara's got. Call signs burner 1-1. Let's see if he can set this racetrack on fire. Oh, it's gone horribly wrong. He is backing out of that. That's going to be his first attempt binned, unfortunately. Touching down. Alright guys, the champ is back in the Apache. This is the fastest time setter from the qualifying rounds. BSD Randy, a very, very talented helicopter pilot. He done well last year in the competition. He's been doing really well so far today as well. So let's see what he's got on his second time out in the Apache. Okay, nicely round 1, 2, and 3. And smoothing it out for the run down towards the hairpin turn. Randy taking a big cut out here to the right hand side. Looks like he wants to shave a little bit off if he can. Gets nice and close. That's probably the closest we've seen the Apache to that inside pylon. Carries some good speed through there. More than 110 knots. Probably the fastest entry and exit we've seen into that corner. Looking good so far, Randy. Okay, nice and aggressive heading round the penultimate corner. Here we go for the last one. Scrapes the wheels off the grass as well like a boss. Loving that. Sets up the turn. Cues it up nicely. Doesn't overbank too much. Keeps the aircraft moving. And through we go for 112.8. 112.8. Alright, next up is going to be Kid. Kid is from South Korea, so it is very, very early in the morning over there. Kid's either stayed awake until it was ridiculously late at night, or he has got himself up very, very early to start his day to be with us here today. So props to you, Kid. Well done, dude, for getting up so early and coming to join us. Good luck on your second round. Just like the last round, Kid taking a very, very high altitude cut here. Up at 3,000 feet, the highest we've seen any aircraft out of all three categories. Good old Mr. Kid here. Let's see what he can do with it. Now got 170 knots airspeed. Let's see if he can translate that into something useful as he goes through. Goes through with 165 knots, that should really help out. Nice precise turns around 1, 2 and 3 and 4. That's great flying by Kid, nice. Getting the aircraft down low, converting all that altitude into airspeed and ground speed. Wheeling and dealing, it is looking good so far. Setting up for the turn of doom. How does he get on? Doesn't go too greedy. Gets nice and close to that inside pylon. Carries some good speed. Keeps the airspeed up above 100 knots.
Again, Kid dragging the wheels, sorry, through the grass. And then climbing back up again. Wants to watch that altitude, make sure he doesn't get too high. Maybe going for like a slight high yo-yo here type of effect. But yeah, really you want to keep the aircraft as low as possible to translate all that momentum into forward speed rather than having to climb up. But it is really working for him. This is going to be a good strong time. Through the final gate with 112. Nice. This is a new personal best for this session, and that is the fastest time we've seen so far. Next up is going to be TOP-16 the P. TOP-16 taking a bit of a shorter run at it than we've seen previous pilots do. Still not really got that line up yet. He's looking to maybe set that up right at the last minute. Coming in with some decent airspeed though, 152 knots through the gate. Aircraft's very low already, so he doesn't really have a lot of altitude to play with in terms of recovery of airspeed, but he's making it work. Nice precise turns around the first set of 4 pylons. Coming around turn number 5 and 6, 16.4 seconds so far. He is looking good. Careful with that main rotor, and he tips it, and he's asked a little bit too much there. We even seen that he hesitated as well, and bang! Unfortunately, he is on fire, ladies and gentlemen, and not in a good way. But we seen him hesitate. You've seen that he recognised that the rotor was going to get too close, and then he just couldn't get out of the way. Stampy is up next. Oh, it looks like we are going to skip Stampy for reasons unknown, and we've got Saber 13 Ulmar coming out for his run. Ulmar with another big cut, not as big as Kid's cut, but certainly nothing to shy away from. Oh dear, it's gone horribly wrong straight away. Oh no, hopefully he can recover this. That is not going to be savable. Yeah, he walks through. Unfortunately, guys, he couldn't save that with enough vigour to start the round properly, so he is down to a substandard start. Goes through the gate with 109 knots. I'm afraid that is putting him on the back foot straight away.
Good recovery though. Fantastic flying since the hiccup at the start there. So what a way to turn that frown upside down and put the past behind you. Let's see how he gets on negotiating the turn of doom. Nicely done. A little slow. Yeah, still slow. We're kind of, yeah, he's getting there though. Yeah, but unfortunately went through gate 14 with 83 knots. The fastest pilots have been going through there above 100 knots. So yeah, unfortunately it's not looking good for our man Ulmar, but yeah, he just needs to get to the end and focus on trying to get into the finals rather than working on getting the fastest time. Who's his entrant? The last one going to be uneventful. That's what we're looking for. Good job, sir. Unfortunately, the time is not fantastic. It is a 1:20.6. Some good precise flying from Ulmar though. I think if he'd got off to a better start, he really could have been in a chance with setting a much more competitive time. Hopefully we'll get to see more of him. Alright, here comes Bama again from the 142nd Bulldog. Set a good time on the last run out there. Let's see if they can post up another strong one to get them through to the finals next week. $154, 154 through gate 1. Nice and calm and collected so far, no dramas. Successfully negotiates turn 14, keeps the airspeed crucially above 100 knots, which is what we're looking for. And skirting the wheels through the grass. Look at that. That's beautiful flying. Oh, that was... Oh, no! That was so close. He just got a little bit too greedy. Bama! Bama, Bama, Bama. Oh, Bama. Oh, Bama. Oh, dear. Oh, dearie me. That is so sad. That was looking like a very, very fast time.
Okay, Mr. Huey is back up. Again, the irony is not lost on me that Mr. Huey is flying an Apache. I'll have to speak to my legal team about that. Okay, here we go. Nice and steady on the setup. Can see what he has to do right in front of him. He goes through gate 1 with 146 knots, 146. It's a little aggressive going round 2 and 3, but it's still salvageable. Wants to be careful with that overbank and not let the aircraft just fall out the sky so much. So far, so good. Very nice by Huey so far. Very composed. Needs to watch that tail rotor on the ground. Oh, sorry, the main rotor. That main rotor getting a little bit close to the tarmac there. Whoa, that's a big overbank for the turn of doom. He's making it work though. Airspeed's a little bit slow, goes through with 93 knots, 93 knots through gate 14, which is just a little bit slow. Not too bad, oh no! What happened there? I think he made a... Oh dear. No, we're still flying, guys. It must have been a bit of desync there because the... Well, we're kind of still flying. No, we are still flying, guys. He is still going. I think a bit of desync there. Okay, setting up for the final turn. Cometh the hour, cometh the man. Here he goes. Round. Not too aggressive, not too bad on the overbank, and slips it in there. Good recovery. It's going to be a 115.7. Okay, next up for his second run is going to be Rixky. We've seen Rixky earlier on, and he's returning to stamp his authority on this second run and try and make it through to the finals for next week. Alright, a good altitude cut from 2,300 feet. He teardrops it in there. Full send, here we go. Goes through gate 1 with 148 to 148 knots through gate 1. Alright, setting up a right cut for the turn of doom. Here we go. Takes it early. Doesn't want to be too greedy though. Gets close but not too close. Keeps the airspeed crucially above that 100. Yeah, got down to about 97 knots, but very quickly back up above 100. And look how low he's getting that nose back down again to recover that. He's fighting a little bit with the SAS system. That's what that is there. And he's wrestling control back of the aircraft and saying, hey, I want it to go this way, please. Through those two gates. Gate number 15. Inbound to 16. We don't want to get too greedy now. We need to make sure that we don't do an Obama and get too close to these pylons. The end is in sight. Let's make sure we get there. Hangs the bank in there rather than just pulling on it, and yeah, gets through. That is not bad. A 118.3. Good job. Okay, we have Stampy on the apron still now. As far as I know, I think Stampy was maybe supposed to go earlier on. Maybe it was AFK or something happened, but Stampy is the only other aircraft we have on the apron that is turning and burning. So we'll see if Stampy is ready to stamp his authority on this second run. And he is airborne. We are going to see a little stamp action. He's taken to the air now and heading for the start. Alright, Stampy with a very high... Oh dear. Oh, there was almost a complete roll there, but he managed to recover it. But yeah, very high altitude, very close proximity. Goes through the gate with 141 knots. Good composure through the first three gates. Slicing and dicing through the next two. It is looking good for Stampy. Alright, setting up the left-hand 180 on the turn of doom. Sets it up early, doesn't get too greedy. Keeps that airspeed. Oh, it's going to be close to that pylon. He's okay. And 98 knots was the slowest he got there, so that's a good recovery through the 180-degree turn. Not the easiest to do. Now he's fighting with the SAS system. Okay, last turn. Here we go. Let's go, Stampy. Sets it up really early. That's going to make it really tight for him, but he is leaving the bank in there, just rolling off slightly as he feeds it through for the end. It's a 120.7.
Okay guys, in just a couple of minutes we'll stop taking submissions for the answers, the stream questions that we've been posing to you during the stream. So we'll be closing that in just a couple of minutes, so make sure you get your answers in. Next up, we're going to have Caesar, Scout Urubu, LF Jano, and ETN Frank, all for their second runs. First in the air is Scotch 1-1, Scout Urubu. With a very interesting colour scheme. Alright, heading through, Scout goes through with 149 knots. Not a bad start at all. Maybe gets a little bit too wide going around gate number 3. Yeah, that makes the entry into number 4 a little bit difficult. He overbanks and leaves it hanging there for a little second, and that seems to get the recovery that he needs heading down towards 5 and 6. Managing to maintain some good airspeed here. We're currently doing 131 knots indicated, so things are going well. He's recovering well. Setting up for the turn of doom. Here we go. Very early on the setup. Has to back out of it slightly. Airspeed gets down to 103 knots. 102, and then it recovers. So not a bad effort at all. Just wants to be nice and steady now. Don't need anything special around this stage until we get to the final turn. Let's just keep it smooth and steady. Don't get too close to those pylons. There we go. Beautiful. Alright, now let's just set up this final turn. Starts the turn a little bit early, a little bit aggressive. Heavy with the overbank. He's going to start hemorrhaging some airspeed there. Around he goes for 118.7. Okay, looks like it is our friend ETN Frank that is next up. Frank electing to take another big altitude cut. We're up at 2,400 feet now. Looks like he wants to get himself lined up before committing to that nose down, and here it comes. ...151 knots through the start gate. Okay, he's dealt with the most challenging part of the slaloms and he's managed to make it out alive. Just needs to keep the speed nice and smooth and keep it steady, keep accelerating, and don't hit anything. Airspeed stays, 99 knots was the slowest he got through that point, so some good airspeed carried through there. Needs to get that nose down. This is where we see a few people struggling with the SAS after that corner, but he is coming round now, working on getting that nose down and banking on as much energy as he can. He's climbing a little bit there, he wants to try and avoid that, keep all that energy for forward momentum rather than altitude, sorry. Okay, and safely negotiated gate 18. Here we go for the last turn. Doesn't want to start it too early. He's taking a nice cut here. We've not seen many people do this. This is great. Wants to get that nose down, get rid of that altitude, get a little bit extra speed as he goes through. And it's going to be a 119.8. Next up is going to be Caesar. Caesar's the only guy that we've seen in the whole competition so far that wants to start the entry with a right-hand turn, whereas everybody else is coming in with a left-hand turn. It doesn't seem to be making much of a difference, but maybe it's just the way that he's been practicing and what he's comfortable with. So yeah, it's nice to see someone take a bit of a different approach. Okay, through he goes with 154 knots through the first gate. Some good airspeed, 140 knots here. Let's just see if he can negotiate the turn of doom and keep the airspeed over 100 knots. It should set him up really nicely for coming back down the back straight. Alright, and already he's down to 84 knots. That is not good. He took too much of a chunk out there. Leaves the overbank, get a little bit too much contacting with the ground. I think he's going to be able to get away with that though. Apache strong, shrugs it off and keeps heading downrange. Right, final turn. Looks good, not too greedy. He's left that overbank in there. You've seen him just bank out it a little bit. Around he goes. Some nice flares, some nice touch on the end for a little finish for a 118.7. Okay, Jano to go next. LF Jano, taking to the skies now. Alright, going full send from 2000 downhill. It's a little wobbly. Let's see if we can work this out. Alright, through he goes. Gate 1, 145 knots. Big overbank going round gate 3. Nice recovery for 4. Wheeling and dealing around 5. Smidgen around a pigeon for 6. And he's heading downrange now. The turn of doom. Sets it up early. Not too greedy. We see the airspeed getting down to 97, 96 was the lowest I've seen. Watch that main rotor on the ground, sir. Now he's going to struggle just a little bit. Watch that main rotor. Nice recovery. Nice recovery. He's fighting the sass a little bit to try and just get that pedal in. Oh wow, he's hit the ground with the rotor, I think, there. Yep, that is not going well. Checking out, ladies and gentlemen. That's unfortunate. That was a good time by Jano going to be on the books there. At least he can walk away from that one. Okay guys, we're going to go ahead and go down the answers for the stream questions that we've been throwing at you wonderful people throughout the stream. The first one was, what is the most exotic type of weapon with which a helicopter has been shot down and confirmed kill? The answer is the aerial bomb, the GBU, on February the 14th, 1991 during Desert Storm. An F-15E shot down on Mi-24 with a laser-guided GBU-10. Question number 2 was, when is Eagle Dynamics' birthday? The answer there is 1991. Question number 3 that we asked you was, how many blades does the CH-53 have, including the main and tail rotors? And the answer is 10 blades, 6 main rotor blades and 4 tail rotor blades. Question number 4 was, what do traditional helicopters and autogyros have in common? The answer, of course, is a main rotor. And question number 5 was, what is the longest hover flight for a human-powered helicopter? And the answer was 87 seconds. Okay, and question number 6 was the one that we were asking you guys to keep your eye out for the hidden numbers on the stream. And that was, which helicopter has an empty weight in kilograms equal to the sum of the 3 numbers shown during the stream? Okay, and the answer was, I'm just getting verification here, was 1731 plus 1908 plus 964, which were the numbers that we were asking you to look out for in the stream. They total up to 4,603, which would be the Airbus helicopter EC-175. We have a few viewers who were very good and answered every single question correctly, and we'll be naming the winners of the prizes very soon, so stay tuned. Okay, we're back with the racing action now, and Bilbo the Bad's taking us on a journey, an adventure in the Apache. A very low level start for Bilbo. Hopefully we won't see any dragons. Alright, Bilbo taking his little cut to set himself up with some altitude for airspeed and very low entry, 146 knots with a little bit of a touch with the wheels on the tarmac as well, and then balloons right up in altitude to then transfer into airspeed as he gets lower and lower, converting that energy. He's off to a great start here. Nice cadence as he goes through the first 7 gates. Now it starts, the distance between the gates gets bigger, they can afford to just be a little bit more smooth, maintain that airspeed as much as possible, and set himself up for the turn of doom. Okay, here we go. Doesn't take it too early. So far not too, I was going to say he's not too aggressive, but airspeed's right down to 85 knots, so maybe a little bit too aggressive on that touch, but let's see if he can recover on the back straight. Alright, the penultimate corner. Here we go for the final one. Let's go, Bilbo. Show us that ring. Around he goes. Left pedal to keep that nose moving, and in for a 1. Oh, he got a penalty. He got a 10-second penalty, ladies and gentlemen. That is going to be a 128.5, and unfortunately that is last place. Pretty sure Bilbo gets another run though, we've only seen him do 1 flight. Alright guys, we have Burner 1-1 back up again for his second run. Let's see if he can set the track on fire and not in the bad way this time. It's a little squirrely so far, but he's doing well.
Getting down towards the shallow part of the slalom section now, so can afford to just take a little moment and relax and get himself mentally prepared for the turn of doom. This really taxing 180-degree turn to the left-hand side. Takes a decent cut to the right, not too much though. Let's see what the airspeed does. Keeps it above 100. It got the lowest it got was 101. This is great stuff by Burner. So far he's on fire in the good way. Uh-oh. The commentator's curse almost came in there. He's still got it under control, guys. He's going to do it this time. Alright, Burner through the last gate. Towards the finish line, and through he goes. That's a good time. 119.4 with no penalties. Next up is going to be 81 Banana. Alright, Banana electing for the old side swipe 4000, coming in with a right hand ingress instead of a left hand one. We've only seen one other pilot do this today. Okay, let's get it started. 137, 137 through the first gate. Gets a little close to that direct there. That was close to that one. Kissed that pylon, but he's working his way down. Watch out for this one. This is going to really set him off. And that is not good, ladies and gentlemen. Touching down. The rotor physics on the Apache nowhere near as forgiving as the rotor physics on the Gazelle. We literally seen some people in the Gazelle fly the rotor straight through the oil derricks here, but yeah, the rotor physics on the Apache just a little bit more intricate than the Gazelle. Even if you just tap it a little bit, I'm afraid that is checking out, and it will see you another time. Just Bilbo the Bad and GR halfway on the pan now. And halfway takes to the skies.
OWWE with almost a little rollover there. He is trading all his altitude down very early. This is not really going to pay any dividends for him here, because by the time he gets to the start line, all that extra speed is going to be bled off. He crosses the first gate with 134 knots. Uh-oh. And we are checking out, ladies and gentlemen. Unfortunately, we need all of the main rotor to take part in today's event. And I'm afraid he got a little bit out of shape. Coming up for gate number 1. Or gate number 2, should I say, unfortunately. And he paid the price, ladies and gentlemen. He paid the price. Okay, just a little Bilbo on the tarmac now. It's a dangerous business going out your door. You put one foot in front of the other, and if you don't watch your step, there's no telling where you might end up. Bilbo taken to the skies now. Looking for a dragon in a ring. Okay, takes a cut from about 2,100 feet. It's getting pretty close to that derrick on the right. Oh, that was close. That was super close. Bilbo must have had the magic ring on there. Alright, some really precise flying around these derricks through gates 1 to 6. Starting to just chill a little bit as it goes past number 7 and just let the aircraft's airspeed just stay as high as possible as it flows down towards the first 180. Alright, Bilbo's setting up for the... Oh, this is going to be close. Oh, that was close. Goes in with the overbank and saves it. Now he's going to be wrestling with the stability augmentation system to get the aircraft to go where he wants it to go. Doing a good job. 58.1 for gate 14. Got to watch out for that Apache down there. I think that put him off. Oh no! Oh no! I think he may have looked at the crashed Apache down there and oh no! Poor Bilbo. Poor Bilbo. That is not kind. Okay guys, just bear with me a little moment while we sort out who the winners are for the competition. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've all been waiting for. Can I get a drum roll, please? Okay, the top 6, so in no particular order, my friends, alright, the 6 winners who got all the questions right and placed in the top 6 are going to be, first of all, Bjorn Martinson. Congratulations, my friend. Brum, Loris Wenderot, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Loris, and then Hanny, Timor, and Luca de Plazes. Congratulations, guys. We are going to be getting in touch with you via email to confirm your prizes, and yeah, congratulations again. I hope you enjoy spending it on something nice in the VIRPIL store that brings a great smile to your face. Alright, next is going to be the results from the top 8 in the groups to see who's going to go through to the finals. And who we're going to be watching wheeling and dealing next weekend for that big money prizes. Again, the prize pool for next week, over €8,000. 3 categories, 9 different prize pools, some big winners. So from the Group A, as you can see, it's going to be Witty, Leha, GSAV, Tossix the P, BSD Randy, Freejack, Yoldani, and Grachi. Congratulations, guys, you're our top 8 for Group A. And the semi-finalists for the top 16 results for Group B that we saw, guys, this was a very close competition with the Gazelles. It's going to be Krupinski, I beg your pardon, my friend. Jake 1-1, not Jake, sheesh. Wolf 1-3, Boucher. FC Pappy, Lionel, Nerverve, my man Gel, and we switched. I didn't get a chance to see who number 8 was, I apologise about that. Group C is coming in now with Python 1-1, the main man Kid, BSD Randy again, Tossix the P again, 2 very talented individuals, Bama 142nd Bulldogs, IRIAA Huey, LF Jano, TCW Rixie, and Scotch 1-1 Scout Urubu. So we're going to see all those pilots next week for the finals, for the showdown on the lowdown, to see who gets to take home those big money prizes. Alright my friends, that is going to do it for today. The only thing left for me is to thank you so much for staying with us and watching the stream. Myself and the team from VIRPIL Controls really thanks you for coming along, and hopefully you enjoyed the show, and we're really looking forward to seeing you next weekend for the finals. So until we meet again my friends, look after yourselves, your friends and your families. Top Gun and volleyball, ladies and gentlemen. I am not Scott Manley. Fly safe.